else that I have. And there's theories that they're floating through my head. I'm still trying, like I said, I'm still trying to process everything. Like, Jeff.exe is somewhat working. Or are we going to see Elise?
Really? Yes, we'll allocate a part of the donation to your tuition. I don't think you'll need to worry about anything through graduation.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't know how I could ever repay you, President Elise.
President.
This is all just part of my job as student council president. Besides, there are other students in the same situation as you. So don't worry about it at all, okay?
All right. Thanks again. Oh, goodness. I'm so relieved. I don't know what to do. I think my appetite even came back.
Well then, would you care for some tea and cookies?
Tea and cookies? Yes, please.
I just recently received some as gifts.
Your internet is having a stroke? Oh no. Reset the modem. Wow. Are you sure? Oh, while I'm here, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. So, about your brother.
Hmm?
He's the Ashen Chevalier, isn't he? He's such a dashing hero. I've been a fan of his for so long.
Is that so?
She must get this a lot.
Well, he doesn't seem to be very fond of being called a hero.
Oh, but he is one. All the girls here admire him so much. I heard he's an instructor now at some new military academy. Is that right? I wonder if he has any girls in his class. Oh, I'm so jealous. Oh, and is that one rumor true? That your brother and the princess...
Elise, are you here?
Uh,
Yes, please come in.
Oh, hello. Have you tried turning the entire internet infrastructure off and back on again? You know what, Jim? I try to explain that to people so many times. Like, have you tried turning it on and off and back on again? No. Try that. It fixes wonders. DJ, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome everybody from GJ Stream. If you don't know who I am Jeff. We're playing Trails of Cold Steel 3 for the first time, starting chapter 2. So I highly greatly ask if you have played these games before. No hints, tips, tricks, foreshadowing, backseating of the like. Thank you. DJ, how was your stream? How is Trails from Zero? You may need to explore the geofront and reset the console. That's true as well. That's true as well. You're in chapter 3. Nice. Nice. I need to start my my offline playthrough of Zero, just so I have some carryover stuff. Because oh yeah, if you haven't seen in Discord, I kind of did the thing. I pre-ordered the limited collector's edition of River Ray today. My first purchase from Visa's actual site. See how much duties I'm going to be hit with. Oh, I see you already have a guest. No, not at all. We were just finished talking. Have a nice day. I'll just excuse myself. I'd love to talk with you again sometime, President Elise.
Oh dear, did I
What's up,
interrupt something?
Sharks? Guys, if you are not following DJ, please give her a follow. Go check out her stream.
Please, we both know you did that on purpose.
You seemed to be troubled when she mentioned Reen.
I love how Alphen and Elise looks like now. Yeah, they've grown, they've matured a bit.
You should have simply told her. Reen's special someone was already decided 14 years ago. Or something like that.
Ugh, you're always saying such silly things. There are rumors going around about you as well, Your Highness. A secret rendezvous with the Ashen Chevalier in the Imperial Palace. Promises made for the summer festival, or something like that.
Oh, we were just talking about you at the ceremony after the Northern War. And, I asked him for a bit of advice too, but...
Oh, I can hear the cat in her.
You certainly have gotten tough, Elise.
I can hear the cat in her.
Since you took on the role of student council president, you don't crack nearly as easily. By this point, the students and teachers alike are relying on you.
Well, since my brother's become so famous, I need to make sure to try my hardest too. But even so, there are times when I'm made aware of how little I can actually do. For example, I couldn't do a thing to help her.
It was out of your hands to begin with. It wasn't a question of finances. I hope she's doing well, though it worries me that she hasn't replied yet.
Indeed.
In addition, the way the Vander family and poor Oliver have been treated lately, it's nothing but sad news. I heard there was an incident during the branch campus's field exercises. Reen was there, right?
Yes, in Sutherland. It seems there were some suspicious things happening there. He sent me a message telling me to be careful.
I see. How thoughtful of him. Compared to him, Cedric is... I haven't a clue.
Your Highness.
Oh yes, I drifted off the main topic. In regards to that thing I mentioned before, do you think you would be available for it?
Yes, the Student Council's projects will be finished on schedule. So I would love to join you.
I'm wondering if the effects from Brewer. What? I'm wondering if the effects from what Duke Cayenne done to Cedric has played on his mind over the last year and a half. Brewer,
Push the
Jeff
order
is
for the
now
new
at
devices
attention.
up on the schedule. If you need to, combine both versions in one shipment. Evaluated by cost, usability, performance, and security.
Understood.
The Railroad Corporation's operating system has been delivered, right?
Yes, they'll be testing it this weekend.
Go and attend their tests. Make sure they understand the additional services we offer for it.
Yes, leave it to us.
This is Reinford. What is it?
You have a call from the Crossbell branch. Crossbell branch? Shall I connect them to your office?
Oh, yes. I'll be right there. That's it for the meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Yes. What is this cameraman doing? He knows. Can't see your eyes. This blonde-haired woman could be anyone. I mean, could be. Could be Blue Blanc. The general manager of Reinford. She's something else. She's young, beautiful, smart, confident, and caring. Well, what do you expect from Chairman Irina's daughter? On top of all that, she still manages to be so cute, too. I feel sort of sorry for her with how busy she seems all the time. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Hey, don't say that. Her heart belongs to all of us here. Don't be gross. Now that I think about it, wasn't there a classmate of hers? Yes. Yes, there was. Can we also...
Thanks for waiting. It's good to speak with you again.
Can we just take a moment to realize how coordinated the outfit of Elisa and Reen's are?
Yeah, thanks. I received the operation report. It seems like the Arcus 2 is working out well.
Theo!
Yes, thankfully. The master and subcourt system is working out especially nicely. On top of that, the long-distance communication is even better than I expected.
That kind of thing's a bit iffy without signal boosting facilities. Did RF set up a bunch or something?
Well, actually, we used a little trick. I'll tell you about it the next time we meet in person. Outside work hours, if we can manage it.
I see. I'll have something to talk with you about as well. I'll be looking forward to it, Miss General Manager Elise and Reinford.
Likewise, Chief Tio Plato.
Chief?
I'm happy to see her, but I need to do something about this never-ending schedule of mine.
Pardon me, my lady.
Sharon!
Oh, come in!
Okay,
I brought you some tea and cookies.
I'm happy now.
Oh dear, it's already 3? Thanks, Sharon. Stay and have a cup with me. Oh, and for everyone out there,
I have already provided them with coffee and snacks.
Imagine if people said your
I
full
feel
name like
alive
that in normal
again.
conversation. Whenever someone says my full name, I feel like I'm in trouble.
seriously, Sharon, your tea and snacks are like an oasis in the desert of my workday.
My. It's good to work hard, but make sure you get proper rest, my lady. Perhaps you should call up the other members of Class 7 on occasion.
I'm sorry for making you worry. But it won't be that much longer before I get to see.
Oh my. I suppose I didn't need to mention it after all. Now that I think of it, you were speaking with Lady Fee and Lady Laura just the other day.
If you already knew that, then why bother bringing it up? Ugh, whatever. What about you, though?
The chemistry between these two are absolutely amazing.
I haven't seen you around lately. It seems like you've been busy helping Mother.
Tio finally got sick of Roberts' nonsense and killed him. Now she has his job. I didn't think of that. King Payne, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Or does it have something to do with your past?
Oh my, no. Of course not. The past is in the past. My love and loyalty will not change because of it. So please, do not worry.
Something's off. She's being unusually kind and making me reminisce about... Oh, it's them!
Hello.
You're free now, right?
Yeah, I'm good. Work's going well, so no fires to put out right now. All right, you two, let's get started.
That was Emma and Machias. Sharon, the world's #1 Reen and Elisa shipper. What's up, Reen? Not yet, King Payne, not yet. Pretty good
Yes,
reception in the
that's right.
cargo hold. Wait, we were just here.
I plan on leaving after I've taken care of some unfinished business here. I'll see you there then.
Emma!
If I had been a bit faster, we could have been able to meet here.
The detail. The detail. Like, you could even see the leaves on her necklace.
Just a little longer.
The hat. This is a good look on Emma.
Well, aren't you happy? You humans sure come up with some interesting ideas. Like using that communication artifact the prince had hidden away as a relay for your network. It seems like that bracer with all the tricks up his sleeve had something to do with it too.
And don't forget all the support Elisa lent us too. It's thanks to all the help we get from so many different people that we're able to keep going.
I think Rakshan, every time he comes in, I says cat, and he just posts cat. Cat!
I don't know about that. Our kin are supposed to be hidden away guarding our sacrament by ourselves. But anyway, seems like some weird things are starting to happen to him. Not being able to come back out of his powered-up form, that's not normal.
Yes, I hope our spells are able to help him. But before that, we need to take care of this. This is the only shrine in this region. Give me a hand, Celine.
The jump in Vita graphics from PS4 is very noticeable. Yes. I've been commenting on the graphics ever since we started this Doom. Nice to know Machias is alive, I guess. It's just true. I mean, I started using him in my Cold Steel 1 second playthrough.
Leave it to me, Emma.
Cat got more detailed. Cat! You heard hat? No, cat. Cat. C-A-T. What the fuck? Are we gonna have to explore more shrines? Also, hello, found your stream through your YouTube channel. I love playing this series. This series, we've been playing this since Sky Doom, and it's been non-stop. Non-stop excitement. You not going home? Oh, yeah. We're going to Crossbell. Eventually. Emma must have gotten a hell of a lot more powerful in the year and a half. She must have. Started from Sky as well. That's how I was told to, or I was recommended to start. And I'm glad that I did. You get a lot more lore and everything behind it all as you go through. You don't miss any. Well, you can miss stuff if you can't remember some little tidbits, but overall, it's been pretty good. Dan, how are you, buddy? How did the event go? It has been so long. Jeff doesn't remember what non-Trails games are. Go ! Upcoming. It'll tell you all the games that are upcoming after Trails. Imagine starting with Cold Steel like myself and then meeting Tita and Agate and Cold Steel 3 being like, who are they and why are they important? But you know what? Even going through that, I could see it like, okay, you could play it and be like, okay, how did this happen? And then go back to the past games to be like, okay, now it makes sense. This is how they ended up coming. Trails into Rivery, summer 2023. Yeah, I already had a PS4 version pre-ordered, Reen, but I did end up pre-ordering the PS5 collector's edition today when I got home from work. The voice actor for Randy said the bruh moment line. You have to, is there a clip of that, Dan? You should post it in Discord. They joked about Reen so many times. I can. How can you not joke about Reen? There's so many moments about Reen in this game you can joke about. I went back through the past games and it made my experience of Cold Steel 3 and 4 10 times better. Nice. Yeah, they announced for summer 2023 Doom. There's no actual release date yet. I'm hoping for June or July because the way I'm thinking is if it's June or July, that way we can spend release day up until, and finish it up until the event when we start the yearly event that I want to do for the Trail series in September. So that would be fantastic if it launched in June or July, and then we have August to play it, and then jump right into the event in September. "2023 is going to be a monster game year." Yes. He said he really wished he was able to voice it. That would have been so good. John Chiplock absolutely roasted Reen at one point. It's hilarious. I didn't want to watch it because I didn't want to get spoiled on anything. I guess it would be July, hoping for June. That would be awesome. Azure coming out late March, so March. May, June, July. Yeah, I'm probably gonna say July. The worst part of finishing the series is finishing the series. It is, but we have once we go through Cold Steel 4, it's the wait for Rivery. But we have Lunar 1 and Lunar 2 for PlayStation. We have to go through. We have to go through all the Xenoblade games. Then we'll hopefully be into Rivery. Hopefully they make sure to not release Rivery around the same time as FF16. Yeah, FF16 releases next year. Oh, so many good games. You've played the Persona games? I've played 5 Royal. I never played 4 or 3. After doing the platinum run of Royal, I kind of don't want to touch Persona for a bit. But after watching Ash play 3 FES a bit last night after I ended it, I kind of want to sneak a Persona in there at some point. Golden is going to be on my list, yes. Golden is going to be on my list. All these JRPGs, yes. And just so you know, Doom, I play everything on original hardware when possible. So there's no emulation here. What's up, Rakshan? How are you, buddy? You want to play the OG Persona 5 before playing Persona 5 Royal? I seen it like Persona. The original Persona 5 is on PlayStation. For the PlayStation 5, I think it was free with PlayStation Plus or something. I thought about it. It would be very hard for me to decide which to play first if they released 2 close together. Yeah, and didn't they released a trailer for Final Fantasy 16 too, didn't they? I haven't watched it yet. I don't know if I should. Persona 3 is super underrated. Interesting. Too many good games, too little time. Well, there's 20-something games still in the plastic that I have. And I'm adding more because Star Ocean releases in a few days, and that's pre-ordered. Yesterday, I'll debate whether I want to watch it or not. In the middle of one long RPG, and you just add 4 more to the list in the meantime, right? If you want to see the games that I do have, there's a list there. Broken down by console. I kind of want to redo it, but I've never played a Star Ocean game. I heard they're long. We'll see. We'll see. I have to try to track down Xenoblade or Xenosaga Episode 3. It's very expensive. So that's one thing I have to try to track down. Okay. May came to the branch campus, and having returned from their field exercises in Sutherland, the students began their club activities in earnest. Randy! Bruh. Favorite cast of a Persona game? Ash seemed to like it last night. It might be safer for your wallet just to emulate. Yeah, but I have nothing against emulation. I just prefer to play all my games on console or hardware. So if I don't actually get episode 3, I can wait. Try to get the platinum on Star Ocean: The Last Hope. I hear it takes like 400 hours. I like getting platinum trophies, but I don't like getting them that much. Due to the budgetary restrictions, the branch campus wasn't planning to offer clubs. However, Principal Aurelia used her own funds to personally finance the supplies for them, forcing the students to found or join a club. I do have a Steam Deck, yes. I was looking at that dock you posted, Kamen Rider. That is an interesting dock to use an M.2. I'm kind of intrigued. Branch Campus's club activities are for demonstrating your composure as citizens of the Empire. Taking Aurelia's words to heart, the students look to join clubs that would allow them to diversify their talents. Though their lives were busy, they made time to meet and talk with one another, refreshing and raising each other's spirits. Are we going to have to swim again? I hope we don't have to swim again. I'm kind of terrified with Freddy in the kitchen. Yeah, I'd have the same reaction as Tia. There were also some changes to the staff. Celestin! Thanks to Marquis Higharms, their butler, Celestin, was sent to help the branch campus out as a temporary staff member. He was put in charge of miscellaneous chores and managing the dormitory. Mint! Also, Mint, a graduate of Thor's, was appointed as an assistant mechanic. She also helped paint the Panzer Soldats that were assigned to the branch campus. Fifth and sixth period gender divided lessons.
All right, ladies, let's make sure we follow the recipe. The right ingredients and the right timing are both crucial to making sweets. If you know your way around a kitchen, then I welcome you to help beginners.
Yes!
Still have my PS2, but all my Xenosaga copies were stolen when I was in the Navy at all 3 episodes. I looked at getting them last year. Someone here had them, but they were selling them for like 1,000 Canadian. I'm like, what? That is way too much. At least you don't have to worry about the bugs in the kitchen. Freddy will eat them all before they cause trouble. This is true. This is true. FF16 is a game that would drop I would drop everything and play on day one. We'll see. I might. I don't know. They are whisking furiously. Can we get a grading? Yuna, Altina, and Tita whisking furiously versus Fee and Cold Steel 1 whisking furiously. Who did it better? Bought the first Xenosaga game for only $22. I have 1 and 2. 1 and 2 I picked up for, I think it was 60 Canadian for both of them. Now 2 only had the discs. They never had the case, but Neil for some reason had a empty case for Xenosaga Episode 2, so it worked. Fee for sure. Wow, you're good at this. I'm impressed. You weren't lying about cooking at home. My parents were always out, so I always had to cook for myself. I can't make it taste professional grade like Sandy, but... No, you're still very good. I only learned a few skills from my mom. So you say that. Your hand looks pretty steady. Yuna, I suspect you possess some unexpectedly high cooking skills. What do you mean unexpectedly? Hallie, you're spilling. Oh, sorry. I can't lose. I need to make something nice for Instructor Reen. Oh, Muse. Are you a fan of Instructor Reen? Of course I am. I'm so jealous of Yuna and Altina. I'm sure a lot of people look up to him. I just hope that, at the very least, I can always be in the back of his mind. Thank you, Artrip. I see. I mean, he is somewhat of a celebrity. His popularity shouldn't be surprising. However, I haven't really heard any stories about him with any ladies. He seemed quite intimate with the people of Old Class 7, though. Oh, the ones who saved us at our field study? Do you mean Miss Laura of the Arcade family and Miss Fee of the Bracers? There seem to be more, too. I'm really curious. He's really close with that super cool Laura and super cute Fee. Not to mention Elliot. He's cute too. Please calm down, Yuna. Oh, that's nice too. A girl's mind that loves to wander. I don't even know what's going on here anymore. Are you talking about Instructor Reen? He's really handsome, but the school has a lot of handsome people. Yeah, Instructor Randolph is good looking, and Instructor Michael would be handsome if he wasn't so annoying. The boys are pretty cute too. Kurt's a pretty boy, and Ash is a bad boy. Yeah, Kurt's prettiness should be illegal. He's prettier than the girls. Kyrie is acceptable, since he's just cute. Ash is kind of scary. If we were to analyze the others, Stark is the intelligent type, and Gustav is the strong, silent type. Wayne is the stubborn type, Pablo is the jokester, and Freddy is the mysterious outsider. Would you say Sydney is an unfortunate handsome type? That's a little too rude, don't you think? Hey! We're in the middle of cooking class right now. Save the discussion for after class. Okay. So, what is your relationship with Instructor Reen, Instructor Toa? Huh? Oh, I was wondering that too. As well as Tita and the red-haired bracer. Huh? Oh, he's nice too. He's just my type. I heard that he's also pretty close with the Imperial Princess. Oh, I heard those rumors too. Though personally, I've been more focused on her brother, the prince. Oh, me too. He's so mature. Hey Jeff, happy to see Elisa again. I see Richie. Brewer popped up. I'm like, what? Brewer? Brewer? Yes. Yes. Yuzei just likes to create chaos. I can see that. There's something up with her though, Shadow King. Everyone be quiet. This is total chaos. Yuzei, did this on purpose, didn't you? What are you talking about? She disturbs everything. Don't disturb Altina in making her pancakes.
That concludes the overview.
Reen and Professor Schmidt in the same room teaching class. Oh lord. Nothing new was announced at the voice actor panel. Just showed off a new trailer, and the limited edition dropped this morning along with the release window of summer 2023. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I did pre-order the limited edition. Generation 1 computers, how's dial-up? Don't joke about dial-up. That's how I used to have to go through the internet. Before, like, it took me, like, DSL was out for, like, years before I got it. When I was living with my mother.
The rest of your time will be self-study. I was given a task program from the Foundation that even a monkey could understand. Just follow the prompts on screen one at a time. Feel free to talk. That is all.
Seriously? If you don't understand something, I'll help you out. But try to figure as much as you can on your own. Guess we just gotta do this. I bet the girls are having fun making sweets right about now. Well, the lads will be making ourselves some curry next period. Nothing for it. Anyway, let's get started. I used PayPal because of what happened with my copy of Zero, because for some reason there was a problem with my card, so I PayPal to avoid the issue whatsoever. I used my card, but it is what it is. I still have a PS4 copy of Reverie pre-ordered too. Maybe they can invite a big monkey into the school to try that out. No monkeys. No monkeys. What was your reaction to Rutger and his Gundam like?
Yeah.
Not that. What's up, Lower G? Good to see you. I was still trying to process a lot of things, Reen. I was still trying to process a lot of things. It looked cool. I'm thinking it might be a Divine Knight. I'm not sure. No one confirm, please. But there was a lot of Jeff.exe not working last night. Lower D, how are you? Wow, Kamen Rider. Maybe we can do this. This is way harder than piloting a Panzer Soldat. Another loop. I think it'll work this time. I think I'm getting it. Oh, this is kind of interesting. What the heck, Kurt? You're solving everything so easily? Eh? Ain't this your first time doing this too? It's reminiscent of swordplay and chess. I'll demonstrate the basic idea to you both. Once you understand that, the first part should be simple. Cheers! Let's give it another go. So he's good looking and smart. Good, just another morning. I hear you. I'm glad it's the weekend. Looks like everyone is doing okay now. Though the later questions might give them some trouble. Ash? Ash, let's team up. Even though we're beginners, if we join forces. This is stupid. Just a big waste of time. I'm out. Try your best or whatever. Hey, Ash. You're... Wow. Instructor, look at this. All the questions are already solved? What? No way. Hold on. Not all of these answers are correct, but this is easily a passing score. I wonder if he has experience with orbital computers. Cannot say I saw that one coming. I'm not that surprised. It's almost weird how good at it he is. You kidding me? Not only is he a good-looking delinquent, but he's smart too. Hey now, class is still in session. Take your time and look over the problems carefully. If the second half seems difficult, feel free to ask me any questions. Okay. Now let's do this. I think I'm getting the hang of it. How do I learn to touch type? That'd make me look cool. Ash Carbide. How do you first adapt to using a computer? Okay, so... For those who are wondering how I got to adapting to a computer, I never actually owned a computer until I was in junior high. And besides for that, I used computers in school, but when I was in junior high, I got my own computer to use in my room, and I got that because I was a very outgoing person. I played sports. I was involved with a lot of people, and once my father passed away, I kind of turned into an introvert in a way. I became less outgoing. I turned to video games. I turned to the computer. I adapted. I was on it so much that, you know, it just became, I wanted to know more. I just dove myself into it. Just to, I don't know, I guess it was a form of self-help in a way. Good work, everyone. Things were pretty busy today. How did cooking class go for you two? Hey, Kurt. Did I say something wrong? I don't know. It seems they had an exciting time in class today, however. It would appear you often encounter trouble with women. I advise giving more care to your words. Well, I guess it wasn't really his fault. So long as he's not aware, we shouldn't worry about it. Anyway, your club activities have started, so take care of yourselves and make sure you don't strain anything. Also, tomorrow's a free day. Hobbies, games, club activities. It's up to you what you want to do. However, keep in mind early next week is Panzer Soldat training. And on the weekend, we'll have our next set of field exercises. My word, time sure is flying. You don't know where we're going next, do you, instructor? Not yet. We'll be briefed on it tomorrow. Considering how the last one turned out, I'm not sure how things will go. Either way, make sure you're all well rested. Understood. The missions aside, I'm concerned by the Society's actions. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling they're up to more of their schemes. By the way, if the government calls for you again, will we be left behind like last time, Instructor Reen? Come to think of it, I cannot deny our lack of experience, but surely we can be trusted to assist you. To be perfectly honest, I did it for your safety. However, you have all been training and studying hard for 2 months now. No promises, but if possible, I'd like you all to help out. Did you hear that? He totally promised. I will do my utmost. Would it be possible to schedule some additional training? Oh, I'll see what I can do. That concludes homeroom. Altina, please lead class. Understood.
Stand. Bow.
Tomorrow is indeed a free day. It'll be Saturday. Yes. The major things in our lives to define us, for good or bad. Exactly, Miranda, exactly. So, Mr. Michael is going to be back by noon tomorrow? Yes, it seems he's preparing for the next location for our field exercises. He told me he'd be back in time for the briefing. The next location. Doesn't matter where it is. We just gotta put on our big boy trousers and march out like it's no sweat. Though I bet it really is no sweat for our principal. Well, she does wear the pants around here. The students did well during our last field exercises too. Randolph, Toa, let's give it our all. Yes, of course. We'll also need to take care of club activities. Yeah, let's help them out, but don't smother them. I love Randy. Well then, I think I'll head home after making my rounds. I could check on the students, or maybe it'd be good to talk with Mint and Celestin again. I just can't ever force myself to call him Randolph. It's like when he's in trouble. Mr. Randolph. Reen removed the stick from his hands. His name is Dolphy? Oh, Dolphy! The Society and the Archaisms. Maybe I should ask the principal about and the professor about them. You can now select characters not currently in your party when cooking. Obtain costumes, so dress shirts, for everyone and an attachment item for Altina. Something we will not use. It means I don't have to change out everybody. The purse you sent is from Parm, right? I love it! It's cute. It holds all my stuff. And it's super awesome. Thank you so much, Reen. Good. I'm glad she likes it. Alrighty then. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to talk to everybody, and then we're going to do the actual quest stuff. Hello there, Reen. I was just telling Kyrie he's going to be in charge of the medical office now. Until we have someone to officially take over anyway. Principal Le Guin said it would be good training for him. Oh, she did. Now that I think about it, Kyrie did do a great job as the leader of the medical team during our field exercises. Yes, he certainly did. But keep in mind, you still need to prioritize your classes and club activities over this. So be sure not to push yourself too hard, okay? Okay. I mean, yes, ma'am. Cooking was way better in Cold Steel 3. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's way much. That's way better. Way better.
I got this in the bag.
It turned out great! Have a taste!
She was thinking that. That Toa's male twin, what? Work will soon be over, Gamies 5. Work will soon be over. It's stalling time. You know it, Kamen Rider. Or not Kamen. Jesus. I can't read! You know it, Don. Stalling time. Exactly. I feel like Principal Gwen does things just because they amuse her. Could be. Need more ingredients? I do. Okay, so it's only the campus, so it's not bad. And we have the run feature. I wasn't doing the run feature last time. Muse? I'll bring the ceremonial teacup tomorrow. Got it. Thanks.
Here comes a new challenger!
Scott! What's up, buddy? How is the doofing? How is the doofing? Omen, Miranda, Scott, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Again. Welcome everybody from Scott's stream. If you don't know who I am Jeff. And we're playing Trails of Cold Steel 3 for the first time. Augur, that third gym, was it a fighting type gym? Was it a fighting type gym? What's up, Neil? How are you, buddy? Damn it, Dark. It was Satan type. Ghost? Guys, if you are a part of my stream and you don't know Scott, also known as Siphane, please go give him a follow. He's a good friend of mine. He's just getting back into streaming. He's playing Pokemon Bidoof version, so he's doing a Bidoof run. But he also likes stuff like Resident Evil, Dark Souls, Suikoden. Can confirm the third gym is always the worst one. Damn it, Jim. Scoot says you're good people and I had to check you out. Neil, you live down the road from me, sir. You could almost throw something at my house. It was fighting. He was being dramatic. Yes, fighting. And the leader had a Pokemon, had a move that one-shot my entire party, and it just spammed it over, 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 and over, and over, and over. Drain punch, that's the worst type of punch. Like, I'm gonna smack you and I'm gonna heal myself. Raise up them Bidoofs. Raise them. Let them grow. Stat-wise, don't evolve them. And you will overcome that barrier. So we're starting chapter 2 of this tonight. This is fantastic, by the way. The Jeff Doof hung on by 1 HP so I wouldn't cry. Hey! That's the tough Newfoundland beaver. We're in chapter 2, Red Mage. Yeah, we're just starting chapter 2 tonight. I'm still trying to process all the information of the end of chapter 1 from last night. So, yeah. It's been a time. We're going to Crossbell. Well, we haven't been officially told we're going to Crossbell, but I have a feeling we're going to Crossbell. Seeing the name of the chapter. I had to hold back so much tears. When that song played in Hamel, I was like, oh, really? Hope you don't mind, Jeff, but just wanted to drop a big thank you for those follows. You know who you are, and I appreciate you, Scott. No worries. You don't need to ask. A tough beaver took a licking, kept on ticking. When are we killing Shirley? We fought her last time. We're gonna try to kill that ogre. We're gonna try. We're talking to Muse about tea right now, though. Is this for your tea ceremony club? That's right. I was sent a rare teacup from home, so I was planning on using it for the club tomorrow. It's a vintage cup from the East, specifically made for tea ceremonies. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm glad to see you're taking your club seriously. I hope it'll continue to teach you guys about Eastern culture. Yes, so do I. Me too. Oh no. Major Michael. How are things here? Apparently I'm wearing a hat. And things are going good. Things are going good. Oh, Major Irving, I thought you left. Well, I needed to get more materials, so I came back to gather them up. But all the train times were rather inconvenient. So with efficiency in mind, I decided to leave after eating lunch. I see. So unfortunately, I have some free time. Schwarzer, would you mind to play a Vantage Masters with me? Vantage Masters? Sure, but I didn't know you played Major Irving. If it were just a simple game, I wouldn't, but Vantage Masters is a game of strategy, and it has a good reputation within the RMP. I thought perhaps we could use it to teach the students strategy. So I got my own set of cards recently. I see. You've really put some thought into this. I'd be honored to play against you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's swap one day. Goose for Bidoof. I sent you the Bidoof hat. Muse is a very nice girl, and there's nothing suspicious about her at all. I still think she's suspicious. Strange to see him of all people playing it.
No.
Maybe I'll get some. Maybe if there's a far-fetched one, Scott, maybe I'll get that one. Oh yeah, challenge R2. 3.
Let us begin.
Oh no, he starts. He starts first. Oh boy. Oh boy. Calm down, Mickey. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mickey Mouse gonna murder Michael Irving? I don't know. I don't know. We will see. Oh, he's good. He's good. He's good. Do you like Wednesday for a reason why Reen wears glasses? Reen wears glasses pretty good. I might get clobbered by him. Oh, shit. I'm gonna lose. Shit. What the fuck? Ooh. Brilliant Diamond, I think he's using. Over? I don't think so. Is it, Scott? Are you continuing that next stream? Madoof goes until you beat the game. I gotcha. Okay, hold on. Card info. Negates the next source of incoming damage. Ah. I'm guessing if I do this, I'm going to lose. Nice. I will face him later. I need to get more cards. I will build a great Vantage Master deck. The heart of the cards, yes. You're gonna go into that fighting gym tomorrow and kick Maylene into every wall in the building? Oh lord. Oh lord. Oh boy. Do do do. But she's not going to leave you alone. I really hate how PS4 and Xbox One and PS3 need to install the game to play it, making testing a pain. Yeah, that's it, Neil. That's it. When people struggle with Vantage Masters, mainly because they're not used to deck building, so they mostly keep the same cards from the beginning. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. Mickey goes for the I will drag you down with me finish. I'm gonna drag you down. Woo. Oh boy. It's Freddy. I could swear there was a tree around here with edible bark. Wait. Shouldn't be feasting on the Academy's trees. That's vandalism. If only there were some nice, juicy cicadas. Rather not in season. That's a unique way of looking at it. Wait, does he eat cicadas? Oh boy. What would you rate Jeff's Vantage Master skills out of 1 to 10? I mean, that's like my what? My 3rd game. Can you imagine if you could fish there? Hey. Hey. More seedlings. More seedlings. 9.5, not to be cocky. It needs some room for improvement. Rate it 6.9 out of 10. Nice, Don. Nice. Dark Fantasy Realms. How are you? Fuck, man. We are talking to everybody. $4.20 out of 10. Better luck next time. So they started a tennis club, huh? Already got all their gear. Reminds me of a little of Elise's lacrosse club. 5 out of 8, mate. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yuna is fearless. I like it. Fearless. Alright, where else do I need to go? Club buildings, school store. We can't go there yet. Oh, the club building, clubhouse. I didn't talk to everybody here. I should be glad Monk and Rex aren't around the school sneaky pics of the tennis team. Can you imagine if they came by? That would be something. Have Rex have Rex taking the pictures, Monk with all the material. Then all of a sudden you have Vivi come out of nowhere and say, "Where's the guys?" Ash in the book club is kind of surprising. What are you looking at? Is it that weird to see me reading? Honestly, it is. But at least try to hide your surprise. If a book's good, I'll read it. If it's not, I won't. That's all there is to it. And if I can take care of my club requirement while I do that, it's 2 birds, 1 stone, far as I'm concerned. Well, I guess that makes sense. If you get it, then scram. Hard to concentrate when you get in my face. Sorry about that. Enjoy your books. Enjoy your books. Can we hurry up and get you into the party so that I can use your axe scythe thing? Please. Do 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 do. I mean, a Scottish singer? Why not? Why not? Okay. Celestine. take a look. Oh, Celestin. What are you up to? Good day, Master Reen. I'm just fixing up some of the terminals. I've defragged them, so they should operate more efficiently now. You know how to handle orbital computers too? What can't you do? Thanks again for coming to help us out here. Managing our dorms, doing maintenance on our computers. I don't know what we'd have done without you. It is an honor to be of assistance. As I was sent here by my lord, I am simply performing my job. And though this is a branch campus, it still has the same pleasant atmosphere I associate with Thor's. Why, it even brings back fond memories of my time helping out in the upper class dorm. That's so. Happy to hear it. It's been a while since I've been able to reach Patrick. I suppose he's swamped with work, though. Indeed. I'm told he's extremely busy with his duties to the Marquis. It's all thanks to you and your classmates. It's safe to say he would not have grown half as much without your influence. Considering that, helping out here is just my way of repaying my debt of gratitude. Thank you, Celestin. Really. Oh, by the way, you've been processing all the help requests we've gotten in, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that is correct. I was told this was Lady Toa's job back when she was a student. I shall finish compiling them tonight. Please wait until then. Sure thing. See you tomorrow, Celestin. Yes, likewise. Hey. Oh, that's... There's a door. No, that's downstairs. Damn it! Red marker of confusion! The red marker of confusion. Let's see if there's any new library books. Use this one? For fast readers. Okay, moving on. Who's you? I haven't found Randolph yet. Good old Randolph. Randy. Dolphy. Where are you? Clubhouse. Okay. Down here. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Up here. Can we go to Einheld Kep? Wow, he stops on a dime. Stops on a dime. Why can't I come in here? Hello? What? I can come in here? Wow, I can come in this far. Interesting. Interesting. We will keep that in mind. We will keep that in mind. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? It took them off? Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. 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 Hmm. Hmm. That's gonna be interesting. Now that the clubs have been founded, the school seems to be finally coming together. We will arrange for the equipment, but for the most part, the students themselves will be responsible for running their clubs. Be sure to guide the students to clubs that will enrich their stay here, not simply kill time. Certainly, to be honest, I'm a little surprised. I wouldn't have expected you to be so gung-ho about the student clubs. Well, I too am a graduate of Thor's. I feel it's my duty to carry on the Thor's philosophy here at the branch campus. Thus, it makes perfect sense for us to have a flourishing group of clubs, no? It definitely seems like a good change of pace for the students. Their lives were endangered just the other day, but you wouldn't know that from looking at them now. Was that a part of your plan? You can interpret it however you like, but our fledglings should now be well aware of the true meaning of the phrase, "Be ever vigilant, as though the world is a battlefield." It should be clear to any who lay eyes on Dreknor Fortress. Yeah. Danger is ever present in this world of ours. We must live every day as though we're on the battlefield. To that end, we should treat the club activities as yet another form of training. Be ever vigilant, Ashen Chevalier. Yes, of course. I'll watch over the students. Not only as the instructor of Class 7, but as an instructor of the branch campus. Well said. Oh, and one more thing. I made arrangements for the matter we spoke of before. It should arrive tomorrow. Do look forward to it. Ah, that's right. Celestin mentioned that too. Understood. I'll do my best. She's so shady and I love her. It's Mommy. Look after our fledglings and that other matter we discussed. You may find the work tougher than your ordinary lessons, but try to approach it with a fresh mindset. Yes, Mommy. Hanger! Valabro! Mint! There's no bolts there, Mint. Just like that. Hey, you like that, Val?
It feels as though I have a greater range of movement in my shoulder.
I know, right? Way to go, me! Mint? What are you doing here?
Oh! Hey, Reen! Guess what? I just...
Look out!
Owie! Huh?
Are you unharmed?
Pal? I'm just fine, thanks.
Nice one, Valimar. You need to be careful. Campy, is that you? What? Phew. My heart skipped a beat there. Sorry. Now that I'm an engineer, I can appreciate just how cool you really are, Val. While I was on the Courageous, I always wanted to do maintenance on you. Back then, Clara took care of everything.
Ah, the Silent Meister. I remember her.
Anyway, thanks for coming, Mint. But I have to say, I'm surprised to see you after our last field exercise. Oh, I just thought it might be good training for me. Not to mention, I wanted to be a reliable role model for the underclassmen. Well, it would have been asking too much of Tita with all the work she has to do. Thanks, Mint. We could really use your help around here.
Yes, thank you. New Meister candidate.
Ah, you guys! Glad to be help you both. Glad to be here to help you both, my lord. Panzer Soldats, what? Rosine and Monk are here in leaves right now. This really is the last plate I thought I'd see them again. Wow, you ran into them? Yeah, we just chatted a little bit. Rosine's a sister now, and Monk's a director. They're impressive, but I won't let them show me up. I'm gonna work extra hard now.
The new Meister candidate. Mint, was it? She may be clumsy at times, but she is talented. Most importantly, she has a great personality. She's the type of person who can lighten up a mood in any group.
For sure. Valimar voice equals ear bleed. Apologies. Excuse me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yes. Thanks.
Thanks.
I'll help. Thanks.
Thanks. I'm buffing Reen already. I see. Professor, is this? It's a piece of the giant Aeon that appeared in Sutherland. I had the RMP bring me everything they were able to collect. Irving told me they shouldn't bother me with this, but who is he to decide? He must have really forced them. So, what are your findings? I can't do an accurate analysis with a piece this small, though I can say one thing. From an engineering standpoint, that ion moved strangely. Strangely? The alloy developed by the Society. Cordalgion, was it? It's a much more superior material than the special steel used for the Panzer Soldats. But according to my testing, it's nowhere close to being strong enough to support such a big body. Let alone the fact that it blocked a blade made from Zamorian ore. Ultimately, I got through, but yes. According to Valimar, some kind of power was moving that machine.
Very well. If we're lucky, we may even meet the conditions to start it up. Well, the experiment's over, so whatever.
What is it with the Ouroboros and conducting experiments anyway? What did they mean by that anyway? I'll research as much as I can with this small sample. You should go home today and make sure to keep up your health. That way, we'll be able to get a good data from the test. A test at the keep? We're doing it tomorrow? Of course, I've already added it as a mandatory request. I've already counted the students as participants as you requested. Understood. Thank you, Professor Schmidt. Now go on. I'm busy. Mint, was it? I expected her to be more useful, considering she is Makarov's niece, but skills and knowledge aside, her carelessness is absolutely inexcusable. Not to mention, she uses all of my data without consulting me. And she's never once apologized for her transgressions. Unbelievable, said the pot to the kettle. Looks like even Professor Schmidt isn't immune to the wrath of Mint's clumsiness. Love it. Love it. Sharks won the jackpot. Mint has sure livened things up around here. Anyway, training at the keep. I'll need to be extra careful having Yuna and Kurt with me. 50, it's a 50 Mira coin. 50 Mira coin.
Hey there. Didn't realize you were in here.
Hey there, first year. Which hand is the coin in? Left or right?
The callback. Oh. Right in the... Oh, right there.
Oh. Whoa, did I surprise you? Sorry about that. Thanks for picking it up.
Oh, here. Came here to get some coffee and ended up dropping my change on the floor. I'm just surprised to see how common orbital vending machines have become already. I think they're only common here at the branch campus. Oh, could be. Anyway, I gotta go run some errands. See you later. Do you need something from me? I just wanted to talk to you about something. Wow. Come to think of it, they are kind of similar. Shouldn't bother him. I better get going. I've checked everywhere I needed to. I'll leave the main gate once I've finished all my business here. Can I get, Randolph? I don't mind. This is really useful. It's not good to eavesdrop. I better get going. No. She's already thinking about upgrades. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, Reen, we have to talk for a minute. We have to talk for a minute. You now get that, and you now get this. That now become this. And I might... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna put that action 2 on him. That gives him, what, 76 speed? Sees Valimar. No, that thing is a Gundam. It is a Gundam. It's a Gundam! Yes. Ooh. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, that's good. Needle Shooter will now become Break 2. We will put that on you and that on you. For some reason, I always leave cannon out of my Master Chords thing for some reason. What's up, Kenshi? What do you think of the new court system? I'm loving it. The new, like the newer courts, like the Strike 2, and that's gonna be a bit to get used to, but the whole sub Master Courts thing, yeah, I'm gonna love it. I'm just trying to figure out what the characters can do. %. You're getting that. I will give you this. Sure, I'll give you that too. At least you don't have to deal with advanced hyper quartz math, but I love quartz math. Am I like one of the only ones that like quartz math? You're gonna love breaking the games down the line. Finding ways to break the game is part of the fun. So I've pretty much figured out how to break. I figured out how to break Cold Steel 2. I kind of figured that out. This one's gonna take a little bit. This one's gonna take a little bit because of the different court system and everything like that there. Playing through the Trails series, you see how great they take the current system and just improve them instead of dumping them. Yeah, exactly. getting pretty late. Maybe I should head back to the dorm. Hey. Never done quartz math till start at 0, so I can't say if I like it or not. It was when I first started at DJ, it was a lot of going back and forth between the guide just to know what to do. And, you know, how you learn your characters and how you want to build them, that type of thing. Remember one-shotting bosses in Cold Steel 2? Towards the end, Doom, I think I was pretty much not allowing anything to hit me. Or very rare. 1 and 3 feel sort of vanilla compared to 2 and 4. I won't say anything because spoilers yet, but yeah. Appreciate you not saying anything. But yeah, we're gonna break it all down. We're doing a little guessing game. Not only do I have to do a cosplay, that's one of the guessing games, but we're also doing a guessing game on Discord for like, you know how you do like the tier lists, like the tier list website. We're gonna be doing that when we finish Cold Steel 4. We're going to be doing that for the characters. We're going to be doing it for the games. The guessing game is guess what cosplay I'm going to be doing for for a Trails character. So that can be anybody from Sky up until Cold Steel 4. And guessing how my personal tier list is going to be ranked. Cold Steel 2 Jeff. Hey, I let them get a turn at least. That is true. I like Quartz Math well enough, though I think I ditched it for Cold Steel. Was the correct move because the large cast in every game make it pretty tiresome. Yeah, I agree, Jim. I agree. Did Jeff build one bonk Laura for CS2? I kind of built one bonk Laura, and then I found out that Sarah had more of a base speed increase on. So I put Laura as a support character, and I put Sarah in as my main damage dealer. But I built her way too good. There's a section in the detective notebook that has a list of arts. Yeah, that's what I was using. First starting off, and then I just disregarded the notebook. It's fun on the first run, but the one bonk gets old fast, especially on multiple playthroughs. So we're going to be doing something called I'm doing an event next year called Trails to the Cure, which is going to be I'm going to be picking rather Sky First Chapter 0, Cold Steel 1, or Cold Steel 3, and we'll be taking the month of September to go through that game, and there will be like challenges, rule sets that I have to follow, and once that's figured out, it's basically going to be a month of playing Trails, celebrating the franchise, and raising money for a good cause, whether it be like a charity event type thing. That's how I'm aiming it towards. Instructor Reen, are you headed back as well? Yeah, I gotta say, Iron Kenshi, that Neo introduced me to the series, and it's become one of my favorites. Like, I was all for Final Fantasy until I broadened my gaming aspects when I started streaming, and being introduced and how the story intertwines and just how the characters meld with each other, it really hit me. It brought back a lot of it brought back the gaming spark that I needed, because after playing all the Final Fantasies in a row, and I think it was even before that, it was like I was missing that spark that I needed. Once I got 4, I wanted to drag it longer, so I played on Nightmare. I will eventually do Nightmare. By the time Trails is done, we'll be retired. I hope not. Although if we are retired, we'll be in our prime. Speaking of growing older, my birthday's on Monday. I don't stream on Monday, so we're calling Sundays. We're gonna call Sunday's stream the birthday stream, but we'll be playing Trails. Oh, hi, Kurt. Yeah, I just finished my errands for the day. You all done with your club activities? Yes, we just finished recently. I plan to return to the dorm early today and fit in some sword practice. I'm glad to hear you're working hard. That said, don't forget you've got Panzer sold-out training and field exercises next week. Even though you've got a free day tomorrow, don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry, I won't. That advice rings a bit hollow coming from someone patrolling campus after school hours, though. Touché. Sunday is actually the stepson's birthday. Nice. Thank you for the birthday wishes. You working nights again, Neil? Well then, Instructor Reen, I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Yeah, good night. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, I might call Class 7 together at some point. Could you keep in mind just in case? Oh, really? That's fine with me, but what for? It has something to do with Professor Schmidt. I'll fill you in on the details tomorrow. Yuna and Altina too. Oh, it's Kurt! And Instructor Reen. Evening, nights, my normal? Ah, I gotcha. That was me 2020. Really just wanted to lose myself in a good game. Pretty much just played all the games that year. I still had to work during all that was going on, and at the end of the day, I was like, I just don't want to do anything after a long day, and I don't know. Yeah, I just lost the spark, and Trails brought it back to me. We ran into each other. It's unusual to see you two together. Well, what sort of guy talk were you two having here alone? Nothing all that important. Don't worry about it. There was just something I had to tell him. Perfect timing though, you two. You see. What sort of steamy secrets do you think the guys are keeping from us, Allie? Unknown, but I do detect some steam in their conversation. However, for the sake of Class 7, I think we should welcome improved relationships, no matter the kind. Oh my. You're right. I just remembered we both have to go shopping. Come on, Allie. Wow. I'm not sure I like the look they were giving us. Though I am glad to see how close the two of them have gotten lately. Yeah, me too. Altina's a bit of a special case, but it seems she's starting to change, little by little. As her classmate, please take care of her. Of course. We'll all take care of each other. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I need to do some shopping of my own. I'll pass on what you told me to the others later. Thanks. That'll be a load off my mind. Went through Trails during the big COVID hit in 2020. I was doing, what were we doing? We were doing Final Fantasy. Yuna and Dorothy would get along, I think. Oh, yes. Yes. CS2 like 5 times now. I went crazy when I found out we could get more than one ice crown. The I haven't done any other stuff, but just getting like multiple rare quartz through playthroughs is so good. Started Sky to 3rd when lockdown just hit. I remember finishing it like 2 weeks ago. I have to do a New Game Plus nightmare of Sky to 3rd. Thanks to everybody for the support of us reaching the sub goal. But that'll come in the new year. It seems like all the students all grew a bit closer after our field exercises. Unfortunately, it seems like Yuna is still keeping a certain distance from me, though. All I can do is be patient. Yes, Nightmare. Nightmare Sky the Third. Going back to good old Onion. Did I collect all the lost arts in CS2? I did. We defeated all of the cryptids. Although I didn't use all of the lost arts. Phew, that should do it. I think I'm finally starting to get the hang of my duties as an instructor. Haha, I forgot to have dinner. Past 8 p.m. already. I'd rather not make Celestin go out of his way to cook for me at this late. Tavern should still be open, though. The tavern is always open. The tavern is always open. If you don't know, the tavern is our Discord. The evil hippo? The hippo was the worst one, yes, but I still got it on the second try. I guess it wouldn't hurt to eat out once in a while. It makes you fat, Reen. It makes you fat. Used all the support lost arts and didn't use the 2 damage ones. I did. Like, yeah, I'll just take the support stuff. Grail Burst was a fantastic. And what was the one that doubled your HP? That one I used a lot. There you are, Master Reen. Have you not eaten? You look rather peckish. Wow, Celestin really does notice everything. Oh, don't worry about that. I was thinking of eating out today, just to change things up. What a wonderful idea. Variety is the spice of life, after all. That said, do you remember that tomorrow's a free day? Be careful not to spoil it for yourself by staying up too late. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Oh yeah, I can challenge him to cards. I can challenge him to cards. Cards. The only ones here now are you, me, and the High Arms' butler. Yeah, it's pretty quiet with the others. Koa and Instructor Randolph aren't in the rooms. And Major Michael isn't even in leaves at the moment. It's so liberating to not have that nag barking at my heels. And when he's not doing that, he's off in his room fiddling with his communication devices. He does seem like he keeps pretty busy. Indeed, he has his hands full. Keeping an eye on this caged beast must be tough. Poor guy. So that is why Major Michael was brought here. Judging from the way she said that, the principal must not be too concerned. At this point, my job is simply to watch over my territory and raise my fledglings. It may not be ideal, but I'll do my best to enjoy my time here. Well, even so, I know you'll do a great job. Never quite sure what she's thinking. Ah, quiet night air is soothing. You should rest well tonight in the preparations for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll try. We'll try. What about the hippo strapped with reflect mirrors and abyss worms? No. Big monkey no monkeys. No. That freaking monkey outside of Legram. That was a pain in my ass. That killed me more times than the fucking hippo. Apparently Leo was giving Allie some one-on-one swim lessons today. Honestly, I was kind of worried about how Allie would do in the swimming club. But I guess I got all worried for nothing. I'm exhausted. I feel like my whole body is going to ache tomorrow. Leonora is just as meddlesome as Yuna. This academy is full of strange people. That said, I had no clue Luis could move so fast. Caught me totally off guard. Just you watch. I'll catch up to her in no time. Legram monk. Yeah, that monkey is something. Muse! Instructor Reen! You knew I was all alone, didn't you? Quite the scandalous one, aren't you? Oh no. Nice try. But you're not catching me in this web. Are you studying right now, Muse? Indeed I am. With a particular focus on a history lessons, instructor. I see. Well, let me know if I can help you out with anything you don't understand. Oh, Instructor Reen. About this section. Like I said, I'll help you out with anything you don't understand. Oh, you're no fun. She's up to something. That monkey was probably trained by the Arsade's butler. Oh. Yeah, probably. Prince Albert! Remiferia. Down, Muse. Muse wants Reen. So bad. I wonder how Elisa is going to feel. I think it is soon time for a nice beverage. Oh yeah, we should go visit Monk. We should go visit Monk. Ba-dum-tsh. Had to do it. Don't go overboard with the noise. Oh Lord. We have to use the baths. Or as my economics instructor in college used to say, now, you got to know your mats. This time, we got to go to the bats. Do. Ah, we have notes. We have notes. Okay. We've done everybody up here. Must move forward. It's the bath. Got some time now, so maybe I'll wash up a bit. Ah, there's nothing like a bath to rejuvenate you. I don't really run into many of our students here, though I suppose there just aren't that many in the first place. Wouldn't mind being able to have a real talk with some of them. Oh? Oh, hey, Kurt. Hope it's all right that I'm here. Instructor Reen. Should I come back another time? No, it's fine. Come on in. Very well. I shall do just that. I see. Master Yoon Ka-Fai. I had heard the name from my father, but didn't realize he was your master. Yeah, he's also known as the Sword Hermit. He founded the 8 Leaves One Blade School and has trained quite a few swordsmen. but you wouldn't know it from how friendly and juvenile he is. His favorite thing to do was drinking in the hot springs after training. I see. He sounds like the opposite of my father. I suppose one might say the way of the sword has many paths. I think you can go as far as to say each individual swordsman has their own unique path. I'm sure your father, your uncle, and your brother each have their own paths too. Indeed. Though the three may seem similar at first glance, they are all quite different. Though they do all have similar physiques. Your physique suits you perfectly well. It's pretty close to mine, actually. It's a good body type for swordsmanship that emphasizes speed, which is why you do so well with your dual blades. I understand that, given the nature of the Vander School of Swordsmanship.
Oh my.
Sorry, I went back to that topic again. Mommy Aurelia, please come to the bath with me. She'll be on the other side of the wall. My apologies for making you listen to my complaints. I'm glad we were able to talk about swordsmanship. I'd be more than happy to do it again whenever you like. Anyway, tomorrow's your free day, so don't wear yourself out training and be sure to get to bed early. That Steam animation? Yes, understood. Level 1 with Kurt. Look at that. Do, 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 do. So we'll do this group. Hella. This flavor has such depth to it. It tastes just like my mama's home cooking. It's just so tasty. I said this during class too. Atita's cooking has such warmth to it. She really puts so much love into every dish. She certainly does. And I bet she puts extra when a certain bracer shows up for lunch. Hey, Sandy. Looks like the cooking club invited Toa to their taste test. The food looks great. The aroma alone is making me hungry. Today I was invited to be a taster for the cooking club. As the cooking instructor, I thought I'd end up giving them some advice, but they left me absolutely speechless. I can't do voices. Agate's voice last night really took the good out of me. Yeah, Agate's voice took the good out of me last night. Oh. At least it was made by Tita and not Freddy's Bugs. Can you imagine? This was made with a cockroach. What? And this is bee larva. Gives you lots of protein. Sure. Leaves. Oh, we have a quest in the chapel. What? Why, yes. Yeah, we'll talk to him.
I've just about had enough of you.
Wow. Wow, cardboard. Wow. Carnegie Books and Games. I read that totally wrong. Well, the variety of books is good, and anything you don't have, you can always order. It comes in handy more than once. I see, so it's not the variety. Sales have actually been kind of bad this month. Probably Marcus's fault. His stuffed animals are really cute, and his new ones fly off the shelf. I'm so jealous. I mean, he's a real threat. I need to come up with something new. Ah, I see. He's like your rival. Kind of reminds me of Hugo and Becky. Wonder how they're doing. We have that. We have that. I'm gonna buy that. Can be given to Yuna as a gift. I will have a look at them later. I'll have a look at them later. Did she say anything else? Oh, okay. Moving on. Moving on. I guess I should check everything before. Yeah, I'm gonna check everything before going to the church, and then the tavern. Red hair Reen? No. Oh, our speed goes down. No, thank you. No, thank you. I like that the Perny is on the shelf or on the counter. And look at all the Mishis. Mishi. You want a Mishi plush? I kind of want one too. Doggo! He pants! So many palms. You got a pom party with them? Wow, Jim. All these Mishis, Tio would have a field day. I want Tio. This really is just a child. Makes me scared to think how she'll be when she's older.
I got some good stuff.
I got some good stuff.
Done already. I got some good stuff.
Elegant scrunchie? No. There's... I gotta get Pecky stuff and... Oh my lord, okay. Proverbs War. I mean, that's not bad. It's actually not bad. And he's Fierce Fire and Solid Mountain. Gotta collect them all, we do. RF bulb and silver measure. Okay. Fine. The assault gauge gradually recovers in the field. Yeah, uh-huh. Gradual EP recovery on the field. I need heat up R. Okay. Looks bluster. Okay. Night Gleam. First attack art used deals 50% plus 50% damage. Attacks, crafts can KO enemies 10% enchant. What? Yes, boy. Cavalry Edge R. Okay. Frost Crusade R. What? What? Oh, hello. Intimidation. Okay, there's stuff I want here. There is stuff I want here.
Done already? I got some good stuff.
Oh, I didn't buy the stilettos. Oops. Honk. What's up, Station? Stormcall, what's up, buddy? I got some good stuff. Yeah.
Come on, buy some more.
I didn't buy anything. Actually,
I got some good stuff. Done already?
I want that shiny palm droplet, but not yet. Oh, it's Ash. Well, well. It's quite the shop. Ash, what are you doing here? Just doing a little shopping. They sell general goods here too, you know. Well, if that's the case, it's fine, but you don't need any more weapons. And if you don't get any more, don't forget you need to register them with the academy. Yeah, I know. Just how dedicated are you to this whole neighborhood watch routine of yours? I'm just shopping for normal stuff anyway, so no need to get your panties in a twist over it. Wow, Ash, wow. Okay, she has some stuff that I want. I want the stuff. I want the goods. Oh, apparently he's an idiot. How goes your Friday station? Let's stop where I want to go. This is a bakery. Oh, look, it's Professor Schmidt. Oh, Professor Schmidt. Kind of rare to see you out and about like this. Unless I require absolute concentration, I always eat outside of the lab. Me sitting here is no once in a lifetime rarity. I'll thank you not to make such unfounded assertions. Sorry. Is there a reason you come here instead of the tavern? Now why would I ever go there? I'm looking for a meal, not a racket. Honestly, you even think before you allow those words of yours to exit your mouth? Sorry. Again. He's always difficult, but it feels like his dander's particularly up today. When will that niece of Makarov's learn already? Schmitty this and Schmitty that. The audacity! Who does she think I am? One of her little playmates? Not to mention she puts salt in my coffee. Salt in coffee? I'd be salty too. I can see why he's in such a bad mood. Oh look, juicy ham sandwich. Sandwich! Special pancakes. Special pancakes. I should probably talk to her too. No, just a lovely stroll, schmuck and a pancake.
Oh, I see fish in the water.
Sure you do.
There.
Just keep fishing.
Got a bite.
Just keep fishing.
This is promising. Not bad at all.
Rainbow trout.
There. Got a bite. This is promising. Not bad at all.
I mean, it's a good way to get Sepith.
There. Got a bite. It got away.
When I actually hit the line.
There.
I blame the goose.
Got a bite. This is promising.
I blame the goose. It's all the goose's fault.
I got it.
Okay, I'm good. The goose is innocent? I don't know. Huh? I was thinking about joining Monk for dinner, but could it be? I better not intrude. I didn't think Monk had it in him. Should leave him to it. So considerate. Well, later. Oh, you're going home, You're going home, Lindley? I was about to start recording, so it'd be nice to have someone here to keep an eye on things. I bet it would, but my work hours are over, so bye-bye. On my own again. Who knew the life of a director would be so lonely? Hey, Monk. Are you doing okay? Oh, Reen. No, I'm fine. I'm great. Totally fine. Fine, really. Just fine. Lindley always goes home right away. It's not like I was feeling helpless without her or anything, but I do wish she'd be a little more help with the show. Making a show like that is a lot to handle. No one person could handle everything alone. Well, that's good. Can't wait for the next episode. Of course, yeah. I'll give it my all. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. What do we got? We got a private home. I just noticed Twitch is doing stuff. Serby. I wonder if we'll ever get to see McFire, bro. McFire, bro. Yeah, I think it's definitely time for a beverage. Oops. Well, you're making fine progress in the fishing world. Here, This is a little something from the Fisherman's Guild. In honor of one who's caught 9 or more kinds of fish. Expanded spool? Thank you very much, sir. Thank me for what? You did all the work. So long as you keep on fishing, that's enough thanks for me. A snack made of bean paste loved in the East can be given to Altina as a gift. Okay. Oh, it's a Pecky. We'll buy the Pecky. We have one of them. 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 One of them. One of them. Holy sphere. Oh, we can sell fish. Sell the fish. Why all of a sudden, like, I'm confused. Like, all of a sudden we can now trade fish for this stuff, and this is the hard stuff to get in the games, and I'm like rolling in it. Like, what the absolute monstrosity. Anywho, I think it's time for me to take a quick washroom break and grab a lovely beverage. If you have to do the same, folks, please do so. I will be right back in about 2 minutes. You can listen to Reen say, right. Right. All right, be right back, folks.
Now... Okay. Now... Now...
Now... Now...
Well... I'm not gonna lie. I walked away from the computer and I was still saying Reen's lines as he was saying them.
Okay.
That is what you call dedication. Dedication indeed. Alright, sorry folks. I also have some cookies, so I'm gonna finish those before I turn the camera back on. Rosine! Hello, Reen. Doing your nightly rounds? I feel safer already. Heart Trip! Thank you for the 10 months. 10 months, crazy. It's been 10 months already. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Very much appreciated. You flatter me. I'm just keeping an eye out on my way to dinner, that's all. You seem like you're pretty busy though. Will you be heading to bed soon? Not for a while. I have to organize the scriptures, and then I'll work on deciphering those books. The father doesn't know my true identity, so I'll be doing that part in secret. Anyway, rest well tonight, Reen. Take care now. Rosine's always up at the crack of dawn doing her chores too. Does she ever sleep? Never. Never. By the way, Reen, I finished deciphering the Black Records data you gave me. Reen received a copy of Black Records 2. Thank you. This will be a big help. Well now. We have a quest. Oh, it's Tatiana. Goddess, please guide me with the light of salvation. Tatiana? What's she doing here so late? Tatiana? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. No, I'm sorry for losing my cool. It's okay to pray, but why are you doing it so late? Is something wrong? Well, I lost the latest issue of... You lost the book? It's more like I think someone took it by mistake. There was another book and it said...
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre. I am. I am also Jeff. I am secretly Ferdinand von Eyre. Is that what the book said? We will make it what the book said. We will sound it through a megaphone. I am Ferdinand von Ayer. Ah, I see. Say, Tatiana, do you want me to help you look for the owner? My lord, I can't talk tonight. Are you sure? I'd really appreciate it. I can't not help one of my students in need. But come to think of it, how do you mistake one book for another? What happened exactly? When you look at the book, I think you'll understand. The cover of the book says Carnegie Books and Games. I see. So the store put that cover on the book. And they put the same cover on your book, huh? Yes, exactly. In the evening, I went to reset. I think the mistake happened while I was cleaning up my table. Had I noticed then and there, it would have been fine, but I only noticed after I got back to the dorms. Have you gone back to reset yet? Yes. I asked the owner if there were any books in the lost and found, but that probably means the person who took your book hasn't noticed yet. Was that the only person you asked? Well, I'm really shy and it's really hard for me to talk to people. The owner was a woman, so that made it a little easier. But I have a hard time talking to strangers. I see. Well, I guess I have a better understanding of the situation. Tatiana, may I take that book from you? Yes. My book now. The title of the book is I Am Ferdinand von Ayer. Take me to the field. The first course of action is to go to reset and talk to the owner. Tatiana, can you wait here? Okay. Hey, quest time. Quest time. It's the bakery, isn't it? Yeah, that's the bakery. Welcome. Will you be eating here today? I want to ask you something. Reen explained the situation with Tatiana. Do you happen to know who this book may belong to? I see. In that case, I'm guessing it's Mr. Kane, the farmer. He was resting here after he delivered some vegetables. He was telling me about an interesting book he just bought. It's a romance novel, perfect for a farmer like me. The title of the book was Take Me to the Field. I guess there's no doubt. At this time of day, he's usually drinking at the tavern. Sorry for the trouble, but if you could take it to him, I'd really appreciate it. Sure, no problem. Did you say your name was Tatiana? I'm doing my best to make the students of Thors feel at home, but apparently I haven't been doing a good job. No, it's more of her own personal issue, but I'll let her know that you said that. Thank you. I should head to the tavern to look for Mr. Kane. I guess I'll have to hold off on dinner for a while. Poor Reen. Starving away, just like I was today. Just like I was today. Oh, do you need something from me? Yeah, I was wondering if you know anything about this book. Gave Kane the book with the unknown owner. This is... Take Me to the Field. I bought this yesterday. That must mean... Kane took a closer look at the book he had taken earlier. A Spring Breeze love song? What is this? The romance novel, but with barely any female characters. I never confirmed with Tatiana, but this is her book, right? So can I explain the situation? Reen explained the situation, and Kane felt sorry for the mistake. The young man met with Tatiana to apologize and return her book to her. Dorothy strikes again! I'm sorry about the mix-up. No, it's... Would you accept my vegetables as a form of apology? And I'm sorry to you too, instructor. Hey! Thank you. Thank you. Thank goodness he turned out to be nice. My father always told me never trust strangers. He always said that men are beasts and demons. That sounds a little extreme. You didn't take him seriously, did you? I do find that I'm taking him with a grain of salt. But until I came to this school, I lived a rather sheltered life. Ah, yes, you were raised in a noble house. True, but it's only a small house in the Kreutzen countryside. You could practically say the same for me. I'm surprised your father sent you here by yourself. Oh, well, it was really hard to convince him at first, but when I told him that I wanted to see the world, he accepted it. I see. Your dad seems very nice. Yes, I am grateful for all he has done for me. Which is why I believe that I need to change. I see. I'm happy to see that you're really taking everything into consideration. Let me just say that you simply need to relax a little and take it slowly. Instructor Reen.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. That book you bought, Spring Breeze Love Song, it's a romance novel, right? Yes. It's the second book by the up-and-coming writer, Miss Dorothy. Dorothy! Damn it! It's all coming back around now. Everybody from Thor's. What is your favorite Trails game in the series so far? I can't say right now. Mainly because we're doing a guessing game, and that would give away part of the tier list. So we have to finish Cold Steel 4 in order to find out. Did Dorothy? Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. She was part of the literature club with Emma. She debuted as a novelist, but didn't think I'd hear her name here. I heard her first book was rather unique as well. Well, I should be happy that she's doing well. Hey. Okay, now we can go have our dinner. I guess. Run upstairs right quick. There's no one up here. Poor Gina. While I certainly am hungry, I still want to walk around tonight. Oh, Instructor Reen. It's rare to see you at this time of night. Yeah, I suppose so. Are you still open? Yes, of course. Please have a seat.
Oh, you're here too, huh?
Randy! Why, hello there, Randy. Welcome. Randolph? Were you at the campus this whole time?
Yeah, had to take care of something. You not have dinner yet?
Not yet. I was cleaning up and lost track of time. He's a little different. Does remind me of him.
Hey, Schwarzer. You're old enough now, right? Want to have a drink with me?
Yeah, let's go. Huh? Drinking with Randy. Let's go. Oh, so you were training in the keep?
Yeah, I figured as long as Shirley and Ouroboros are prancing around, I better shake the rust off the old combat instincts.
You were part of the Red Constellation, right? I heard the story from someone in Zephyr.
Yep, our groups were the two top dogs in the Jaeger world. Sylphide, last I saw her, she was still just a little girl. She was part of your old Class 7, right?
I was surprised by how much smaller and younger than me she was when I first saw her. I didn't realize you two had met before. So eventually you ended up leaving the Jaeger Corps and joining the Crossbell Guardian Force. And after that you joined the Special Support Section, right?
That's right.
Ah. But there's no
Besides our
Wazzy or
leader,
Noel.
none of us were actual police or investigators, though. Just a motley bunch of misfits. But we got along well and made a really good team.
Best boy. Best boy dog.
Living together, we were almost like family.
I see.
Hey, no need to make that face. Though the SSS is split up now, we're still connected. In our hearts, I mean.
I understand how you feel. Mr. Bannings? Did he happen to mention me at all?
He didn't say who, but he told me someone got him good. Someone dignified and honorable. Yet sad.
I see. Guess he's not a detective for nothing. Sorry.
Hey, Schwarzer, when I talked with you after school, you seemed shocked for some reason. I got the impression you mistook me for someone else.
Something about the way you talk kind of reminded me of him. One of my classmates from class 7. He was a good friend, a fierce rival, an awful role model. Though when it comes to being a sarcastic slacker, he certainly had you beat.
You make it sound like I'm one of those too. But I get it now. Schwarzer, I know this might seem like it's out of the blue, but would it be alright if I called you Reen?
Huh?
And you can call me Randy. Everyone back in Crossbell calls me that.
Oh.
I think I might have unintentionally built up a wall between us. But as long as we both work here at this school, we're comrades. I'm sure my friends would let that much slide.
Randolph. I think I built up a wall too. I'm looking forward to working with you, Randy.
Me too, Reen. All right then, you can drink more, yeah? The party's just getting started.
I love them. Sorry, but I'm still a lightweight when it comes to drinking. I should probably stop here. Oh, come on, Reen. Phew. Those were some good drinks. Let's do it again sometime. Maybe after our next payday, eh? Yeah, sure thing. Their friendship, they built up this wall, and now it's all coming together. Everybody is slowly, like, it'll be, I guess it'll be Reen's way of getting in with everybody else with the SSS if we ever meet them again. I really hope that Lloyd and Reen get the chance to meet and talk, because there's a lot of there can be a lot of connection between them all. His voice actor is spectacular, just perfect, Randy. I can't wait to hear the bruh moment later. These games are incredible. I've been loving them, Dark Fantasy Realms. Loving them. And Randy, well, Randy's amazing. Although Wazzy was my favorite. I think Reen would have fit in with the SSS, but that could be just me. Reen's kind of like the character can be fit in anywhere. I think he could fit in with Bracers. I think he could fit in with the class 7. I think he can fit in with the SSS. The panel today was incredible. I cannot wait. I already pre-ordered Rivery. So I pre-ordered Rivery PS4 last year, but I also pre-ordered the collector's limited edition stuff for PS5 today. Miss Teotot, though, we seen her earlier. We seen Miss Teo earlier. I think I found this series by accident. Really? That was pretty tough. Never drank alcohol back when I was a student, but he's all flustered.
You know there was interest on this, right? How much do you suppose you really owe me after half a year?
Got the PS5 limited edition with no plushies, and I'm giving Neo my 3 of 9 book from it. Nice. I ordered everything, plushies and all.
Oh, man. What kind of racket are you running here anyway? I thought you were supposed to be a good kid.
Well, there's this one second year who's taught me a thing or two about making money. To be honest, it feels kind of lonely to think that everything between us is completely settled and done with.
I swear, the things I do for love. All right. You'll get your stupid interest someday. Maybe.
Maybe. A few years ago, I watched my friend stream the first 2 Sky games, never gave it much thought. Now I'm addicted to the series. I seen Neo play it when I was going through Final Fantasy, and the Sky games is what caught my eye because I liked the retro look, and now I'm hooked on the story. Got it on PS Now, just clicked on it randomly. Nice. Yeah, it'd be like $33 a plushie, so I will find ways to work with it. It's a while away. I'm just gonna save up. They had to sell box art, all the collectible novels from the games. A lot of people would buy them. I think they would. Came for the waifus, stay for the awesome story. I see how it is. I wish I could have drank with him just once, but I'm sure he heard me say that. He just called me spoiled. Those days were fun. I couldn't drink with Elliot the other day, but once Class 7 is all together again. Oh?
Hey there, Reen. Haven't seen you since February.
Damn it, Marcus! Marcus?
Yeah, I know it's a little late, but are you good to talk now? You look like you've been out drinking. Maybe a bit too much.
Yeah, you caught me. I just got back.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. We are bold enough now, after all. I've gone drinking with some people from work myself. In fact, let's go out together next time we meet up. With the others too, of course.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I'm guessing you're pretty busy with your work at the inspectorate.
Oh, it's certainly challenging. I've no doubt your job is the same. Like I thought, this job has shown me the seedy underbelly of the government. Half the time, it's very fulfilling work. The other half, my hands are tied and I'm completely powerless.
Sounds about right. That sounds pretty serious.
Well, it's the same for you, right? Ellie had told me about your trip to Sutherland the other day. Movement from Ouroboros, government schemes. It seems things are getting pretty fishy over there.
Yeah, I guess by this point I'm just used to all that stuff. We'll be leaving for our field exercises next week, so hopefully I can figure out more then.
Well, about that, I may actually have a business trip that takes me out there with you.
What? Hashtag Benchmarkius. How do you know? I haven't even heard the location yet.
I got the info secondhand, so I can't completely vouch for it. But if it does turn out to be true...
Machias, you coming? If you're here, come out with us. Let's go already.
Reiner, hold on just a minute.
Machias, come on, we're gonna leave without you.
Sorry, I'll call you back later.
No problem. They'll tell us where our field exercises are being held tomorrow, so we can talk then.
Got it. Good night, Reen.
Leaving us in limbo, Machias. That's why you're benched. I'm starting to sober up a little. Maybe I'll go take a quick shower before bed. Tomorrow's looking like a busy day with all the briefing and all. I like to drink with Machias, but for everything else, hashtag benchmachias. We're gonna make that hashtag popular. I've used him in my second playthrough of Cold Steel 1. He has some great abilities. His character rubbed me the wrong way at the start of Cold Steel 1. And there's very little character growth. I'll make my judgment at the end of these two games. I've taken the liberty to summarize everything both the town and the school would like you to see. Celestin handed Reen the request list. Thanks, Celestin, and sorry for making you put all that together. It looks like a big list. Oh, no trouble at all. Besides, it was at the principal's behest, anyway. From now on, I shall provide such a list for you every free day. If you require anything of me, please feel free to ask any time. I will, thanks. At this point, it's just an inside joke now. He has an acceleration class, so he's on my craft, so he's on my team. That's why I've been using him in my second playthrough of Cold Steel 1. I was using him, and I was using Eustace for the something else. Oh, the nobility thing. His nobility is the strength, defense, speed, and arts attack increase. All right, let's see what we got here. Einhill Keep Trial Level 2. Present whereabouts. I bought a gift for someone, but I dropped it somewhere. And can't find it for the life of me. Remember, Old Lady Chammy. Oh, Lord. Hey, we fixed a pocket watch before, but we don't have Elisa. I'd like to repair a watch, but I've run into a bit of a problem. If you can spare the time to help, please come see me at my home. The mayor. The mayor! Newborn Killick! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. How was... Everybody's playing Pokemon. I love it. I love it. How's Pokemon Emerald? I've been trying to make bench horses a thing, but it's not catching on. Wow. Welcome on everybody from Newborn Killick's stream. I am Jeff. We are playing Trails of Cold Steel 3 for the first time. We've been playing the Legend of Heroes series now since December of last year, so we've been going pretty hard with it. This is the third of 4 installments of Cold Steel. So, how was your stream? Welcome on in. Looks like 2 requests from town and 1 from Professor Schmidt. I'll need everyone from Class 7 to join in on the Keep trial. It may take a while, so I'd better save it for last. Thank you for doing those shoutouts. Pokemon Emerald Rogue. Really awesome mod. Interesting. I know Cyphane is doing a Bidoof only run of Brilliant Diamond. So I'm not too caught up on the whole mod stuff for Pokemon. It'll be interesting to see. Alrighty, no hangovers for me. You must have drank some water before bed. Time to get this day started. And no hangovers? That'd be awesome. Reen got a message on his Arcus too. Sending me mail. On free days, Reen will occasionally receive mail from his fellow members of the original Class 7 on his Arcus 2. Interesting. 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 Good times, good times. Ooh. Laura or Milliam? I guess we'll do Laura. Good training spots. Are you well, Reen? I'd like to ask you something. I planned to visit the Vander School's training hall today, but I was hoping to find a place to practice warm-up exercises beforehand. Do you know of any local training halls? If you could let me know, I'd appreciate it. End body. Best, Laura S. Arcade. Dash loves his Pokemon Nuzlocke. He does. It's like a roguelike Pokemon experience, and I'm in love with it. Interesting. Interesting. What's up, Ceylon? How are you, buddy? Nice, Laura. All caps. Yeah, Laura's like all caps. Postscript. It took me an entire hour to write this. Orb mail is quite difficult. She puts me in mind of someone who has no clue about technology. Laura. Well, you tried. Though she'll be visiting the Vander School. Nice to see her hard at work. And the first training ground that comes to mind is Einel Keep. There's a trial later today, so I should ask the professor if we could train. Sure. Hello, Reen. Is this in regard to my orb mail? Yeah, I think I know a good training spot for you. How soon can you come to Leaves? I can come right now. I'll meet you at the station. See you soon, Reen. Laura's orb mail typing style. I do that sometimes. All caps. You can thank Brittany Avery for Laura's fantastic orb mail. The bonding orb mails were one of the things she did. Nice. So this is Leaves. It's just as I've been told. We've not seen each other since bidding farewell in Sutherland. I trust you've been doing well since then, Reen. Yep, sure have. Thanks for the hospitality. Here, let me show you to the campus. Ah, is that where your idea for a training place is located? Let us be off then. She is the prodigy of a great sword, but a boomer with orb-mail. God, the professor. You want to train here? Oh, I didn't expect to find such a grand training facility here. I now have a better picture of how well equipped the branch campus is, and how much work you must have on your shoulders, Reen. It is helpful, I admit, but yeah. Professor Schmidt, is it all right if we use the keep, even if it's a little early for the trial you requested? I don't mind, but you cannot use the level I have scheduled. It was calibrated for Class 7, so data for other people would be useless to me. Instead, I have installed sub-routes in the old levels. Sub-routes? Versions of older levels I have enhanced based on results from previous trials. They are smaller in scale, but have stronger monsters roaming about. I should supply some good data, separate from my request. Man, you've been working on that this whole time on top of everything else. I like the sound of it. The harder the challenge, the better. As far as I'm concerned. I look forward to this, Professor Schmidt. The last time I saw you work was aboard the Crimson Wings. Arcade data will prove useful for me. Fight to your heart's content. Anyway, let's get started. If you could get things prepared for us, Professor. Love the Schmidt voice. Yes. There are a few voices that I actually do really well. Just do a level 20 Magic Knight. Laura can handle it. Oh boy. Reen and Laura were then guided to the sub-route and told to begin. Let's knock this out of the park. This presence, I feel it. It's strong. It seems I'm in for a better training session than I imagined. Thank you for joining me, Reen. Well, it was my idea after all. Now stay alert. This won't be easy.
Here we go. Level 1 sub-route. Commence.
Now, let us begin.
Bonding event? Yeah, bonding event. Bonding event. So I'm gonna give you Scold.
Finish this swiftly!
It's down!
An opening! I'll handle this. Sit!
Let's go. Second form, Gale! Now!
An opening! My turn. Ha! It's off balance!
An opening!
After hearing an opening,
Just what I expect from you, Laura.
So many times.
I believe that's my line.
I think I like it when Milliam says it. An opening.
Don't blame me if you broke.
Cardboard, thank you for the 325 bits. I will not blame you if I croak. Honest.
Sit! Take them down! Sit!
Let's go! Ta!
I'm up! Second form, Gale! Now!
An opening!
Now.
Let's go! Ta!
It's my turn!
I'll handle this. Sit!
I'm up! Sit! It's down!
Somehow I can't remember this event, either because I never did it or I just never cared for it. But hey, at least I can see it now.
Laura.
I believe that's my line.
That's one thing, Dan. I was like, certain things people are like, wait, I've never seen this. Why? Oh, because I never done it. I always choose different events to do. It's kind of funny. Plant bits. Sure. Fine. Excellent. There's also a lot of boxes.
Sit!
I gotta start thinking of my top 5 favorite characters. I would like to hear it at the end, Cardboard.
Take them down! Let's go! Raging fire formation!
Raging fire formation, a plus a Gale.
Form, Gale!
Oh, I missed one. Damn it.
Now!
An opening! I'll handle this. Azure Cleaver! Yeah!
Let's go! Sit!
My turn.
Take this!
Oops.
It's down!
An opening! Let's go!
You didn't know this one existed? Really?
Is that all? You must train more.
Did all the orb mail bonding events because I like the old class 7 more than the new? I'm kind of a mix right now. I like some of the new class 7 more than the old. I like the guys of the old class 7 more than the girls, but all of new class 7 are all right. I get you, Dan. I get you. You watch now, there's gonna be like a... Oh yeah. Freaking thing.
We've reached a break area.
Freaking thing. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Crystal Edge SR. What do I need? I need 3 Crystal Edge R's. Oh my lord, you're really gonna make me do that? Oh shit. God damn it. Fine. Not going to do anything right now. I see how it is. Oh, look, it's a Spooter. Dan likes Kurt for reasons we couldn't possibly figure out. This must be the boss of this level. A word, the opponent. Ready your sword, Reen.
This one's strong. Be careful. Yeah.
A giant spider monster. It can never eat its fill and hunts constantly.
Not on my watch!
Unforgivable! My turn! Burn, valiant heart! My turn! Now!
An opening! It's my turn!
Thank you for the follow. Oh, come on in.
It's my turn!
I'll handle this.
My blade, calm as still water. Now!
Oh, I lost the strength buff. Whoops.
Ah! Seventh slash! Fallen leaves!
Behold, the soul of our sage! Now! Ah! Ah! Radiant Phoenix Blade! Now, let's continue onward.
Skull's almost level 3. Phew. A hard-won victory.
That will be all for the level 1 sub-route. Hooray for you. I suppose the Arcade School is as skilled as their reputation suggests. Perhaps I should have turned up the difficulty. I shall labor over some unbalanced tweaks while you trudge your way back here.
Almost like he's trying to kill us. The years certainly have softened him. I can't imagine that makes your life very pleasant, Reen. I'd say I'm used to it, but he just keeps getting worse. Good work today, Laura. Feeling ready for the training hall in Heimdall now? That I am. Thanks for showing me this place. I'd like to stop by again, if I'm in the neighborhood. Oh, but before I go, Reen, may I ask you for one more favor? Would you mind showing me around the academy? I'd like to see what your workplace is like. Of course. Honestly, I was thinking of asking you if you wanted the tour. You sure you still have time before your train? Yes, that won't be a problem. Shall we? Sirkri, what's up? Laura and Reen left the keep to take their tour of the academy. After making the rounds, they found themselves at the gymnasium pool. Guess Altina and her friends have the day off today. Ah, the smell brings back memories. It's like I'm back in the swimming club. Now I regret not bringing my swimsuit. Doesn't stop you from dipping your toes in though, right? Actually, getting in the water might bring back even more memories. That's a fine idea. I think I'll do just that. After washing their feet, the two of them sat by the side of the pool with their legs in the water. So, are you still in touch with anyone from the swimming club? Yes, though we've all been so busy, we've hardly been able to see each other. That being said, I did manage to invite Monica to Legram. I wanted to make an event of her visit and celebrate her graduation. Given how close you two were, I can believe it. Must have been a fun reunion. That it was. She taught me an assortment of recipes. We took a boat around the lake, and I consulted her about my father. Consulted? I don't mean to sound dramatic. Father keeps traveling from training hall to training hall. And though Klaus is doing everything in his power to help, Father's having a hard time keeping up with managing Legram. Oh. Laura's father, Viscount Victor Arcade, the Radiant Blade Master. It's him. If Laura missed her train, she could just run after it and catch up, pretty much. I can't imagine him having a hard time keeping up with anything. Did something happen back at the Infernal Castle? Forgive me. I shouldn't trouble you with my idle worries. I'm now an acting master of the Arcade School. I know I shouldn't cloud my mind with such trivial thoughts. Even then, and knowing that I'm heir to the Arcade School and tasked with surpassing my father, whenever I'm with you, my weaknesses come to the fore. Laura. You don't have to be afraid of showing weakness in front of me. It's part of what makes you who you are. You've always been keenly aware of your own weaknesses and the weaknesses of those around you. That's what makes you strong. We're both following the path of the sword, and the only way to advance in one step is one step at a time. A master isn't made in a day. Reen. Maybe I've been overburdening myself. I am not my father, nor am I General Egwin. I need to have faith in who I am and continue moving forward.
Thank you, Reen, for helping me find the path ahead. I wish you the best of luck with the new Class 7, and I will readily offer you my aid should you ever need it. I swear that upon my sword.
I'm glad you have my back, Laura. There's a cooldown on that, Circury. With that, Laura departed for the Vander Training Hall in the capital to offer her wisdom to aspiring martial artists. But she and Reen made a promise to see each other as soon as their schedules would allow. Level 4! That. Nice. Nice. Oh yeah, we need to do some stuff. We need to come here. Want to do this, this, this.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh my, indeed. Well, hold on. Yuna, Altina, Ash, I have what, 2 bonding events left? Okay, I know how I'm doing it. Calling it a night. Still can't believe I'm saying this, but there's a couple sales tomorrow. Have a great rest of the stream. See you for more tomorrow. No worries, Neil. Hope you can get some at the sales. Enjoy. So bonding events I'm doing is going to be Yuna and Ash for the remainder. Oh, Instructor Reen, good morning. It looks like you were sleeping till now. Yes, I decided to sleep in today. Since it's a free day, we don't need to worry about being late. I see. I guess that's not a bad idea. Altina's sitting on the bench for bonding. This is fine for me. Newborn, thank you for the lurk. Muchly appreciated. Go walk the doggo. Yes, get that exercise in. Black coffee is so bitter. Black coffee is really great.
I need to work hard.
If I can learn to tolerate it, it'll prove I'm a true Erebonian man. That's quite an interesting way of seeing things. I used to drink a double-double. And friends of mine said, we went to play board games on that one night, and friends of mine said to me, they brought back coffee and it was all black because they messed up our orders. And they said, try it. Once you have black coffee, you will never go back. And I have not. Although I found myself drinking a lot of tea recently. That's what I had before stream tonight. Tried it once, stomach didn't like it. It's not for everybody. Coffee is an acquired taste. Being friend for coffee first thing tomorrow morning. I was asked to go on a quad ride tomorrow morning, but I just have too much work to do. I think I'm gonna have to go into work. Unless it's a cappuccino or some kind of desert coffee, I'd rather have it black or dark. Dark roast coffee is something I need to get an acquired taste for. I still haven't gotten that yet. Although dark roast coffee is supposed to be better for you. Freedom! Nice. Stomach sometimes says no, but my taste bud says yes. That's exactly how I feel sometimes. Only hot drink I like is hot chocolate. I haven't had a hot chocolate in a hot minute. At school, it's going. It's going. Then again, when I tried it, the lady poured a ton of almond flavor into it and filled the machine to the top with coffee. She never knew I'd never drunk coffee before. Yeah, the almond taste, Moss. Drinking coffee black since I was 15. I've been drinking coffee black for... I've been at the shop for 6 years. I'm gonna say almost 10 years now. Seems like all the club activities are in full swing. Yuna's in tennis club, Kurt's in chess club, and Altina's in swimming club. Ah, youth. I hope they enjoy it while they can. Oh, instructor. I'm sure you're still young enough to enjoy your own youth. Didn't even sense her. You're Muse from class 9, right? Wow. You could tell simply by hearing my voice? You're amazing, Instructor Reen. M-Pop! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Trails in the Sky the Third. How are you enjoying? How are you enjoying? I love Third. Third has a lot of lore. I love it. Welcome on in, everybody, from M-Pop Stream. If you don't know who I am Jeff. And we are playing Trails of Cold Steel 3 for the first time. We've been going pretty much back to back to back with these games. And I've been loving the series. So this is the first boss. Made a mistake on the first boss, and this is a great game. So have you played Cold Steel? Yeah, that was my question. I did Cold Steel 2, 3, and 4 before I did Sky. I feel like you can do Cold Steel, or you can do Crossbell, or before you do Sky. You know, I think that, you know, 0 and Cold Steel is probably good introduction points, and then you can go back and find out anything you missed. There's a lot of people that like that, you know? So looking forward to Crossbow. I'm glad we got an official date for Azure. Looking forward for people to play that. Cold Steel made me cry at times. Sky made me cry. I've played Crossbell. I won't say anything on it, but that one was an emotional wreck too. And so far the first two games have been hit and miss. I've been emotional, but not to the point where I'm like sobbing tears as much as I did the first two arcs. We got an official window for Rivery too. That's true. We did. Sky made me cry, Crossbell made me cry, and Cold Steel made me cry, and Hajimari made me cry. Really, Jim? Final chapter 0 already got emotional with backstory and one important character. I know where I know exactly what you're talking about. Cold Steel 2 made you cry. See, the thing with I found with the first couple of games in Cold Steel is like, I guess it was the attachment to some characters. I never got attached to some characters like others did, and if I got attached to those characters, if I had more character background on those, and I got to know them better, yes, then maybe it would have happened. I would have been more emotional on it. I'm glad they localized the Crossbell series. Buying them and installing the translation patches were annoying. Yeah, I got that. The Azure patch always flickered for me. The game always flicked black. I couldn't fix it. The refresh rate was horrible. The mistake I made on first boss was I left the ads in the third phase on the first boss. Turns out that was a big mistake. Second attempt, I killed the ad first, and the boss fight became major breeze. Yeah, that's what I usually end up doing. Is I try to kill off the stuff first, and then focus on the boss. Bonding events held the characters back. Okay, so Dan, I'm glad you mentioned that, and that's part of the reason why I probably didn't get emotional on some stuff, because some of those characters I was talking about, where I didn't do the bonding events, the particular bonding events in the games, it never got me to be attached to them as much as it did the other characters, in which, at the end of it all, when everything went all kaflooey, it went, whew, that hits, but it don't hit as hard. It's kind of like, I can't say it. Can't say it. Could I turn up my voice volume a bit? The problem is my voice is attached to my Go XLR, and it's already up as far as it can go without me upping everything else. It might be my mic placement too, because I'm not talking directly into my mic. I'm over this way, trying to read chat too. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I can be a little low talking sometimes. So, crossspell getting localized removes half the pages from how to get into Trails guide. It does, Filbert, it does. It's a bad decision to lock characters' growth in a bonding event. That should have been the main story. I agree. I agree. Having bonding events tied to links in the first 2 games made a lot of people do some over others for gameplay reasons. Yeah. No worries, Doom. No worries. I appreciate the lurk. Yes, the bonding events are important, bound you to the character. Yeah, and that's the thing. And when I was playing Cold Steel 1 as a second playthrough, I did the bonding events that I didn't do through my first run, and a lot of things clicked. A lot of things clicked with me, and I was like, okay, now I can see why this person was so attached to said character. Or I can see how people can get attached. It's just because I chose to do different characters. The cast is so huge in these games. And I'm gonna probably find it with this, but I think it's gonna be different for Cold Steel 3 and 4. I think it is. But we're gonna play Trails to find out. However, Mpop, thank you for choosing this channel to raid. Very much appreciated. I shall give you a follow, because I always love meeting new people. Love JRPG streamers, and I love finding more JRPG streamers. That's pretty much what the main channel, this channel is for, is RPGs, JRPGs. So after we're doing Trails, we're going back and doing Lunar 1 and Lunar 2 for the PlayStation. But then we're going into Xenoblade. Then we're getting into more stuff. For what little we saw of Muse so far, I really like her. I think she's up to something for something else though, Cardboard. I think from what I've seen in the last couple of streams, she's really up to something. I have my suspicions. Last week I finished Dragon Quest 8 PS2 version, doing Sky 3, and then after that 0. Then I would give Xenoblade a crack. Nice. Nice. Okay, we got Muse here. You're amazing, Instructor Reen. Or is this perhaps the power of love? Let's call it teacher's intuition instead. But did you only come in here because you saw me go in? Oh, you caught me. There's no one else around. Would you like me to come over there and wash your bat? I've got it handled. Thanks. Muse. Oh, so your hometown Ortis has bathhouses too. I wish they had more voice acting in Trails games, as by the end of the streams my jaw can be very tired. I was doing Agate's voice last night and it kills my throat tonight. Absolutely kills it. But that's it. I'm probably gonna have to get some lozenges or something tomorrow. Indeed. Though they're nowhere near as nice as the renowned Phoenix Wings from your hometown Ymir. But they do have a certain villas by the sea that feature outdoor baths with a lovely ocean view. Oh man, that does sound nice. I'm guessing the seafood there is great too. I'd love to take a vacation there someday. When you do, please allow me to give you a full tour. I'll do my very best to ensure your stay is a pleasurable one, both mentally and physically. That's quite all right. Wait, how did you know I'm from Ymir? Did I ever tell you that? Well, everyone knows the Schwarzer Baronry is based in Ymir. Especially after last year. I'd say it's harder to find someone who doesn't know that. Maybe. Something still doesn't add up. I admit Ymir is famous for their hot springs, but not everyone knows that the resort's name is the Phoenix Wings. Oh, you caught me again. But as for why I know, that's a secret. I know it's bad when a teacher comes onto a student, but it's considered bad when a student comes onto a teacher. Yes. I try to do the voices as much as I can, but it kills me sometimes. Green-haired? I mean, we've seen it through the series so far. Definitely awkward, even with them only being 3 to 4 years apart. The bath was nice, but somehow I feel even more tired now than I did going in. That girl is definitely hiding something. I know, right? Now, every girl has her secrets. And she wears the kimono. Oh? The reason I actually came to the bath was to clean myself before putting this on. Whenever I have time, please come visit the tea ceremony club. Let's look at green onion. Onion! Onion Graham! Jeez, I can already tell she's going to be trouble. Totally not planned at all? Yeah. Your bond with Muse strengthened? What? Oh look, we have a 1.5 stars. How lovely. How lovely. Okay, we got this part done. We got this done. Did I do the campus first? Did I do the campus last? I'll do the campus last. Quick modification to my top 5 list. I'm interested. Mystery man who showed up and leaves? What? I'll have it done when you finish Cold Steel 4. Gotcha. Did you do quest first or save for last? I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do. There. It'll be okay. Yuna, what happened? It's you, instructor. Well, seems like she got in a fight with her brother. Tom broke my Mishi. We must avenge Mishi. The stuffed animal's neck is ripped and cotton is spilling out. He got caught when he was going out to play and ripped it. It was a present from my daddy. Stupid Tom. There. Don't cry. Speaking of future games, any plans for Suikoden 1 and 2 remasters when it comes out? I've already played 1 and 2 from the original. PlayStation. It's not out of the question, Sealand, but might not be on release. Hey, so I'm pretty used to this kind of thing, so I'll be fine on my own. You say that, but isn't there anything I can do to help? Yes. Nobody's allowed to hurt Mishi. Can I see Mishi for a sec? I might be able to fix him. For reals, mister? You can? Well, I certainly had to fix my uniform more than a few times back when I was a student. Never fixed a stuffed animal before, but I'll do what I can.
Oh my.
Oh my indeed. Reen brought out his sewing kit and attempted to repair the stuffed animal, but... This stuffed animal. His name's Mishi, right? I know he's a mascot from Crossbell, but I've never seen this version before. Me neither. Seems like it's a new type design for Heimdall, a regional variant Mishi. All right, looks like I got the tail fixed. Wow, I'm so happy for Mishi. Now all that's left is the neck. Be patient for just a little bit longer. This goes here. This is harder than it looks. My sewing skills might not be enough. Is everything okay, mister? Is Mishi gonna get better? Yeah, he'll be better in no time. Just wait a little bit more. No time to doubt myself. I gotta fix it no matter what. Fine. Just give me that, instructor. Whoa. Wow, that's amazing. Almost done. Just gotta finish it up like this and... It's Mishi! Here, surgery complete. Wow, Mishi. So glad you're all better. Yay! That was amazing. I can't even see the seams. Yep, he's all healed up. So make sure to take his bandages off once you get home. Also, I'm pretty sure your brother didn't mean to make you sad. So if he apologizes, be sure to forgive him, okay? Okay, thank you so much. And you too, mister. One happy child. Glad that ended up having a happy ending. Thanks for the assist, Yuna. That was pretty impressive back there. So now he's the Empire's mascot. Is that it? Yuna? Uh-huh. Oh, it's nothing. Well, either way, I had no idea you were such an artist with a sewing needle. Well, I'm not that good. I'm just used to it is all. I used to fix my siblings' stuffed animals sometimes. I see. Well, that makes you a big sister then. Well, yeah, I guess so. Our ages are pretty far apart, but I've got a little brother and a little sister. They're both so noisy, so always shouting, Yuna! And jumping on me. But I kind of miss them now. Even though it's only been a month since I left. I see. I think I can understand how she feels. Elise. It's been a while since I've seen her. I hope she's doing well. Instructor? Oh, don't mind me. I'm starting to feel like I can understand why you're so good at taking care of others, though. Be sure to keep looking after Altina and Kurt, okay? I'm sure it was tough transferring here from the police academy, but as your instructor, I'll support you as much as I can. I don't need you to tell me that. Besides, who ended up supporting you this time around? Let's just say you were the right one for the job. Love it. Love it. Your bond with Yuna strengthened. Really? You're not going to give me the second star? I guess we'll go through the church too. No second star. Yuna still thinks you're a jerk. May I ask how you're feeling? Sure. That's right. She does know about my powers. I'm doing fine, thank you. I haven't used it since last month. I see. I'm glad to hear that. Father Thomas told me that power is
I've forgotten my role in this little story. I'm a leading man. You know what they say about the leading man? He never dies.
Took star points off because she had to finish the sewing job. She took it from us. Father Thomas told me that power is something to be wary of. So please, don't tempt fate by pushing yourself to a point you can't come back from. Honk. Whoever wrote the line for that leading man clip forgot about Chrono Trigger. True. I want to revisit Chrono Trigger at some point. I guess we'll do Ash's bonding event. We'll do the bonding events first. We'll finish up the bonding events. I finally found you. Hey, Blondie. Remember me from the other day? I'm here to say thanks. Oh, it's you. I should be the one thanking you. You made things real fun. Oh, that's good. Oh, you think you're a big shot, huh? These Ash's friends seem a little hostile to be friends. I wonder what happened. I shouldn't stick my nose into my students' business, but I'm kind of curious. I'll keep my distance. I hope there isn't going to be any trouble. Reen sat far away from Ash and just watched. Come on, get up already. We ain't got time to stand around watching you eat. Just chill. I'm enjoying my breakfast. He's having a burger for breakfast? You can thank me once I'm done. You think this is funny? I still remember what you did to us that one night in the entertainment district. You stole our money and our girls. We're gonna settle this right here. Bunch of petty little runts. The way I remember it, you were the ones who got pissed drunk and picked a fight with me. Though I admit, it's pretty fun putting morons like you in their place. You little... Hey buddy, relax. Let's put this past behind us and talk about the future instead. We've got a good opportunity to make some quick cash. Quick cash? What are you talking about? Don't try to change the subject. Oh, not interested? It's too bad. It's a little dangerous, but if it goes well, it's a good 10,000 Mira. I was looking to gather a crew, but if you're not interested... Hey, I didn't say I wasn't interested. Hold it, Blondie. Ash, are you all right? Knew it. Looks like you're interested after all. Just shut up. All I said I'd do was listen. Anyway, depending on what you have to say, maybe we can forget about that night. I guess not. What? You little... You guys make getting hustled look easy. Have you tried not being such a huge dumbasses? This is... Ouch. Sorry, man. It was our bad. We ain't gonna do anything anymore. Just let's go. You want Mira? We'll pay you. Nah, don't sweat it. We're all pals here, ain't we? But I don't recommend trying to start anything with me ever again. Got it, pals? That's enough. Huh? Who the hell? Schwarzer. It's you. You've taken this too far, Ash. Can't just stand by and watch. Yeah, fine. You want me to stop? Yeah? Hey, quit making all that racket in front of my store. Hi. Get your punk asses out of here. I'll shove my boots so far up them I'll be kicking your tonsils. What the hell's wrong with this town? Wait for me. You guys had better clear out too. Well, you gonna let go? Oh, sorry. Like mother, like daughter. Exactly. An ass whooping Reen. That's what this is. They did interrupt a man's breakfast. They did. But it seems like you got caught up in some trouble sneaking out at night to the entertainment district. That's not acceptable for a minor, and especially not for a military academy student. Well, whatever. Everything turned out fine in the end. Stuff like this is just a fun story to look back on and laugh, yeah? Ash? I'm fine, seriously. Besides, this bruise of your vice grip's gonna leave. Like I said, sorry about your arm. This is a completely different issue. All right, already. I get it. Jeez, you're such a nag. I guess you're even more of a busybody camp counselor than I thought. Just leave a no-good punk like me be. Ain't even one of your students. No, I can't just let all this slide. But as an instructor, I do owe you one. Though it might have been a violation of orders, you helped Kurt and the others back in Sutherland. Pretty weird, you know that? But like I said, I ain't one of your students. Quit sticking your nose where it don't belong. You keep getting involved with me, you'll find yourself in a world of trouble. Anyway, now that I got my post-meal exercise in, think I'll fancy for dessert. Later, Instructor Schwarzer. Ash Carbide. Huh? He seems like a wild one. I'll have to keep an eye on him. I have a feeling I'll be seeing more of him in the future, so I should keep him in mind. Your bond with Ash strengthened. Oh look, level 1. How strange. Why can't I find it anywhere? Excuse me, are you the one who put in a request? I'm from Thor's branch campus. Oh, hello, instructor. Well, you see, I lost an important gift yesterday. It was so careless of me. Can I ask you to help me look for it? She's the type who doesn't really listen to others once she gets going. Anyway, if you take on this request, you will not be able to trigger other events for a certain period of time. Sure. Yeah, certainly. I'll help you look for it. I'm so glad. It makes me feel better having a young pair of eyes around. Now let's oh my god. Let's start the search. The gift is in a box, about the size of your palm. It has a ribbon on top. Why? Because it's a gift. You need a pretty ribbon for a nice gift. I can tell you what's inside, but I just bought it at a boutique yesterday. Excuse me a moment. Does that mean you lost it on the same day you bought it? Where did you go yesterday? Maybe we can retrace your steps. Instructor, when you get to be my age, you start to feel like it doesn't really matter where things happen. So in other words, you don't remember at all. This might be pretty tough. How can we narrow down the location? Oh yeah, that kid had a puppy with her. Maybe we can have it track its scent. Such a furrowed brow. Have you thought of something? Yeah, I've got an idea. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go bring someone who should be able to help. Jingo? Jingo! Reen explained the situation to Jingo and negotiated to borrow the puppy. I see. Fine by me. I always wanted to teach him that tracking stuff. Depending on the pay, I'll let you borrow him. Okay, thanks. Hey, Cerberus. You better take this training seriously. Pretend you're up against a huge beast. Hunt it down like you're gonna bite its leg off. Woof. I'm not sure about this plan anymore, but I guess I'll give it a shot. Woof. All right, let's get started. You lost the gift sometime after you bought it at the boutique, right? Oh, yes, definitely. It's a special little something I had Marcus make. Oh, but wait, I can't go telling you what. That's the secret. Well, either way, let's follow the scent. Okay, Cerberus, do you have this lady's scent memorized? I love him. I love the doggo. Seems like someone's raring to go. You got this, Cerberus. Let's start tracking. We'll follow this lady's scent and find out where she was yesterday. There's a chance she dropped the gift along the way, so we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. And good luck on your search, both of you. Cerberus is accompanying you. If you investigate the street corner, Cerberus will let you know if he's picked up a scent. No scent. Doggo says, no, I'm being denied by the doggo. I love it. Does she say anything about the doggo? No, she does not say anything about the doggo. He found a scent. We have found the scent. Let's go. That hat is hot. Damn it. Did she stop here? There's a chance she dropped the gift somewhere inside the store. Let's check inside. Oh, instructor, something wrong? No, I'm just looking for something. Mrs. Chammy dropped something yesterday. Did you happen to notice anything? Oh, Mrs. Chammy. She seemed really jolly yesterday. She was talking more than usual, but didn't notice anything. Let's see. This probably means she dropped it on her way back from Cerberus, saying that he can follow the scent. Okay, let's get going. Looks like you've got a little partner on your hands. I've known Mrs. Chammy for 50 years now. I appreciate you helping her out. Of course, leave it to me. Doggo, let's go. It's not there. Not there. It's not there. Didn't want to talk to him. She did go this way. Aha. So here. Huh, so we're sense on the railing, huh? If she stopped by here, then... Oh, what's that? It looks like a small box. I see what happened. She must have dropped it while enjoying the scenery from here. Reen picked up a small box and delivered it to old lady Shammy. Oh dear. This is most certainly the present I bought. Thank you so much for finding it, instructor. It was tougher than I expected, but I'm glad we were able to help all the same. You deserve a thanks too, puppy. You're quite the talented little doggy now, aren't you? This gift is actually for Frankie. You may have seen him, but he's always so down on himself. But he helped me when I tripped the other day. He really is such a sweet young man. I'm sure this gift will lift his spirits. I see. I hope so too. Yes, I think I'll go give it to him right away. Oh yes, and... Cerberus obtained meat on the bone. Oh my. Huh? I went and got these as a thank you while I was waiting. Don't be shy. Go on, take them. Well, I'll see you later, dearies. Thank you so much for all your help. She ran off before I could even thank her. She's pretty spry for her age. That was pretty tough, but we managed, thanks to your nose. Great job, Cerberus. Thanks for the help. After that, Reen took Cerberus home and explained the situation to the Jingo. Hey. Do. That wasn't so bad, actually. This is quite the jam. I love the Leave soundtrack. It's great. Oh, Instructor Reen, welcome. Are you here for the request I submitted to the branch campus? Yes, I'm here to fix your watch. It's great news. Got a lot of history to it, and I do need fixed as soon as possible. But I don't want it to get in the way of your work, so it's fine if you don't have time. I just finished making the video highlights for tonight. Nice. We will accept. All right, I'm not a mechanic though, so I don't know how much help I can be. Oh, thank you. It's this broken pocket watch. Oh, this is one of those pocket watches that use the mechanical parts, isn't it? Oh, you could tell. Before the Orbital Revolution 50 years ago, this was all we had. They found this watch when they were remodeling the branch campus dorms. We think it must have belonged to the original owner of the mansion. In one of my monthly anime box, so I just got in and... Ah, nice. That's a nice thing to do. It's a nice thing to do. Interesting. I always thought about getting like a retro box of games or something and doing something like that. But to get them shipped to me is absolutely atrocious. So winding it doesn't work? Correct. I thought my only hope was to find a workshop at the capital. But then I heard the branch campus has a number of excellent technicians, such as Professor Schmidt. I was wondering if one of them could help me out. An antique watch. I probably shouldn't bother the professor with it. Tita's hometown used to specialize in watches, and Mint's learned a lot about this kind of thing. Maybe I'll ask one of them. Got it. I know a couple of people I can ask. Oh, thank you. And please take this. Tita or Mint? Maybe I should start looking for them in the hangar. Dude, got a claymore and a blue gender, and I also do that with a retro gaming treasures. Yeah, the retro gaming treasures I think is the one I was looking at. The problem is where I live in Newfoundland, it's very hard to get stuff shipped without like it costing me an arm, a leg, and sometimes a foot. A message from Mint. You know those orbs Clara started making for Valimar during the Civil War? I was taking a tour through some workshops and happened to meet up with her. She taught me how to make X orbs. If you got time, could you swing by the hangar front desk and see me? I've got something else I want to talk to you about too. X orbs for Valimar is great news, but I wonder what else she has to say. Well, I've got time. I should pay her a visit. Excellent. Maybe we'll probably eat the watch by accident. Probably. Yeah, we're questline. We're doing the quest lines. The anime box is called a Boxa-chan. Great community on Discord for so. Ah, okay. I'd rather not talk about that here, Gaming Survive. I tend to keep that stuff off out of chat. If you give up the leg, it's not like you can still use the foot anyway. That's true. It's true. Why? Hold up. There's more quests. I love it. Mint will probably drop it and then step on it and then finally fix the watch. Probably. Oh, Reen! Did you see the mail? Yeah, that's why I'm here. I didn't realize Clara taught you how to make X orbs. I thought she became a sculptor and opened her own studio. Wait, did you visit her thinking her studio was a workshop? You're as sharp as ever, Reen. When I first went, she drove me back without even looking at me. After a few visits, she came out with her hammer. She almost used that hammer to bash my skull in, but once we got talking, we found out we both had a misunderstanding. So we decided that she could teach me how to make Divine Knight X orbs. You and Clara both? I'm glad we worked it all out before one of us got hurt. Anyway, I wanted to tell you. Earlier, I made an orb and installed it into Val, just to see what had happened, and some crazy stuff went down. Crazy stuff? Mint, what did you do? Yeah, let me explain the rest of it in front of Val.
Reen, have you heard everything from Mint?
I haven't heard any details yet, so what's this interesting thing that happened? Well, it has something to do with the Divine Knight Link phenomenon. The orbs affect the Panzer Soldats that the secondary contractor ride too. Secondary contractors? So the people from the old Class 7 and even Yuna and Kurt? I wonder if it's like what our Arcus 2s did when they connected all of us together.
Perhaps. In any event, this discovery should allow us to strengthen our battle prowess. However, those who fight with you will need to learn how to harness this power, Reen.
Yeah, You're right. So, Reen, you want me to do some combat training? Kill two birds with one stone while we're testing the orbs. Just like normal drills where your students challenge you. In case you're wondering, I already got permission from Principal Aurelia. Wow, you came prepared. Thank you. Okay, let me go talk to him. And then Mint turned Valimar pink. Not opposed to it. I love how you made that echo there for Valimar's voice. I use the Go XLR and an XLR mic, so it has different functions on it. Talk to Mint in the hangar to create X-Orbs and install them into Valimar. Install X-Orbs to raise the stats of your party members to gain advantage in Divine Knight battles. 3 X-Orbs in order to strengthen Valimar and your Panzer Soldats. It is not necessary to progress the story, but successful training will greatly increase the branch campus's enhancement rank. Once the X-Orbs are ready, talk to Mint and select Panzer Soldat training. As many times as necessary until it is cleared. Okay. Hey, Reen, you still need something? Yeah, someone in town asked me to do them a favor. Reen explained about the broken antique pocket watch. You need some maintenance done on a mechanical watch. Mr. Dwight from Parham taught me how to do that. Wow, really? Leave it to me. No promises, though. Ah, I see. So, based on what I see, I think there are 3 things are needed to fix this. 3? What are they? One is a 68 tooth 0.5 reg gear. The second is a 0.25 reg screw used to stabilize the ankle. And the last is grease, specifically made for intricate mechanics like this. It's not the same as orbment grease. A special gear, a screw, a specific grease. Sounds like this is going to be hard. Do you have any of those parts in the hangar? Oh, of course not. Sorry, but this is a little different. We have plenty of parts for the Arcus 2s and Panzer Soldats. Oh, you might be able to find them at the branch campus or even in Leaves. Really? I have a feeling Tita might have the right gear. She has an early version of Liberal's battle orbment, which I think uses the same kind of parts. I think Pablo might have the screw. Similar to the ones used for the model trains, which he likes. And lastly, the grease, you might be able to find it in an Eastern style general store. I think they use the same grease for fishing gear. Okay, so Tita, Pablo, and Niu Sui An in front of the train station. I'll find them all somehow. When I do, can I ask for your help again? Yep. Just like the dinosaur. Yep. I think it was Ducky. Oh, instructor, do you need something? Yes, actually, I'm looking for something.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
Reen asked about the special grease used in the pocket watch repairs. Mechanical watch in this day and age. We don't have any of that specifically for watches, but I do have some that's for fishing gear. It's made in the Republic. Would you like to take some? Are you sure? That'd be a big help. We have the special grease. It's the special grease. Thank you. I'll pay you back. Don't worry about it. If you can just continue to fish and promote it to others, we'll call it even. Sure thing. Oh, they're not gonna show. Let's hope Tita's over here. Hey. Oh my God, we got chickens. Look at all those chickens. Oh, Instructor Reen. Can I help you? Yeah, I needed to ask you something. Reen asked Tita about special gears used in pocket watch repairs. Oh, yes, I do actually. I used them to repair earlier models of orbments. Just a moment. Tita pulled out a case filled with parts in her belt. Don't attack them too much. They might call their buddies and kill you. Here you are. It's very small, so be sure not to lose it. Oh wow, this is a big help. Thanks. Are you sure I can have it? It's fine. I've got dozens of spares, so please don't worry. I'm gonna say there. That was a pretty good guess. Instructor Reen, you need me for something? Yeah, I wanted to ask you about something real quick. Reen asked Pablo about precision screws used in pocket watch repairs. Oh, I do, eh? Those are the same kind of screws I use for my model trains. Should I have an extra or two somewhere around here? Pablo pulled out a case of model train parts from his school supply toolbox. Why would he have that in his toolbox? 0.25 rage should be what you're looking for. I've got plenty, so help yourself. Don't mind if I do. As thanks, I'll pretend I didn't see you using the school toolbox for your personal stuff. Oof, I walked into that one. All right, I've got the 3 items needed. Time to share them with Mint and at the hangar. Oh, Reen, did you gather everything? It was like you said. Can you repair it for me? Of course. Mint is on the job. It's like music, listening to music, Jeff's Pablo voice. That's weird. It's working now. I have 1 part left over. Oh well, it's working properly. Oh, Mint. Never change. Are you sure that's okay? There shouldn't be any extra parts. Maybe it was a spare part that was taped to the inside. You fool! Professor Schmidt. Whoopsie! Did I mess up somewhere? That is the part that prevents the reverse rotation of the main spring. It should have been in the barrel, so check again. Oh, I see. Thanks for your help, Professor. If you didn't make such careless errors, you could be as good as Makarov. You really saved me there. If you're done with your little errands, hurry up and come to the keep. He's just being shy. Whenever I talk to him, I get this feeling he wants Uncle Makarov and George to come back. Really now? I wonder. He's also familiar with the antique mechanical watches. He's amazing. I wonder if he has his own. You love this Mint-Schmidt dynamic? Yeah, they're getting along pretty good. The chemistry there is great. And so Mint finished fixing the pocket watch. Again. Reen thanked her and headed back to the mayor's house and leaves. Oh, that was fast. Thank you, instructor. I'm sure she'd be delighted. She? Oh, actually, after this...
Excuse me.
Well, well, speak of the devil. Ah, she must have arrived. Do, come in, please. Excuse the interruption. Is that who I think it is? Is she dressed in a flight jacket? Greetings, my lady. Welcome. It's good to see you again. I can't believe it's been an entire year. No need for the my ladies. That's not really me anymore. Ah, right. This is from my brothers. Oh, you shouldn't have. Mr. Don and Mr. Kyle. It is! Oh, I haven't seen them in ages. It's the most useless party member from Sky. She was really useless, wasn't she? Oh, oops. Did I interrupt something? Oh, hold the phone. Aren't you the Ashen Chevalier? Yeah, and you are... Josette!
The name's Josette. I'm the acting branch manager at a shipping company called Capua Delivery Service. I hear you personally helped out one of our newbies. Thank you so much.
I liked her, yes, but she is useless. Her mechanics are not so good. Oh, so this is where the old thing was. Really brings back memories. The mechanical pocket watch our father used to use. It was passed down to my brother, Don. He was super bummed out when he found he misplaced it. I'm just glad we could return it to you. You've been through so much over the years. Oh, actually, I think I do remember the name Capua. There was a baron who lost his family's land after a merchant swindled him out of it. The baron had only intended to sell off the mansion, but the papers the merchant had him sign said otherwise. Oh, I guess nobles would be familiar with the story. But since we lost this place, there's a train station, shops, houses, even the branch campus of a famous school. Maybe it didn't turn out so bad after all. Now that's mind-blowing right there. Ooh. That's my lady. Thank you both. I'll make sure Don gets this safely. And I guess you helped out with the repairs, Mr. Ashen Chevalier. I mentioned this earlier, but we run an airship-based delivery service. As my way of paying you back, if there's ever anything we can help you with, just let us know. I see. Thanks, I'll be sure to keep in mind. Thank you so much for your help, instructor. She had a great support ability for getting Sepith. She's great. Ah, yeah. She in third, yeah. Was it third? Probably, yeah. I didn't use her, but I liked her as a character. Yeah. She's good. Also, I didn't even use her in third. Also, this is such a Trails thing. You're doing a random side quest and the first boss you ever fought in the series walks in and starts chatting with you, right? Right? She's good at making money. You brought her to the final boss in SC for the memes? Damn. Oh yeah, Tina's staying in Leaves now too, right? Yeah, that's right. Do you know her already? In a way. We keep bumping into each other from time to time. Actually, just this past April, I brought her and Agate over to Crossbell. And now she's a student. I should go see her before I head out. I see. Agate too, huh? Feels like Josette has more connections than I can even comprehend. Hey! She isn't Elise or Yuna? Nope. Nope. So what do we have? So we're gonna do the Panzer Soldat stuff. So it looks like I still have 2 more quests here. By the looks of it. She did outgrow her tomboy face, she did. It looks like there's one in here. the one over here. You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. Mommy wants to battle. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. When damaged. All right, so did I save? Saved, right? Yeah, okay, I saved. So we're gonna attempt this. If I lose, we're just gonna attempt it tomorrow. Principal of Gwyn. So this is where you train. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've actually seen you train. I've always been curious about that. Yes, well, my duties as principal don't leave me with much spare time. Nevertheless, I always get my morning practice in, just like you do. I take it you train here because you don't want to interrupt the students. That's right, the training room at the dorm is a little too popular for my tastes. Besides, the equipment here suits me better anyway. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Not at all. Actually, Schwarzer, while you're here, why don't we take this opportunity to cross swords? Are you serious? Have you ever known me to joke about battle? Besides, I've long been curious to see what you're capable of firsthand. The feeling's mutual. There's no way I could pass up this opportunity, but I'm ready when you are. Thank you for this. Very well. The 8 leaves 1 blade school. This should be fun. The energy in the room just completely transformed. She really is on another level. Now, shall we? By all means.
Now, come!
Reduce Aurelia's HP to 70%.
I'm up!
Oh, she has, like... Yeah, okay.
Let's go! Raging fire formation! I'm up!
I'm just gonna do this now.
My blade, calm as still water. Now!
Oh, I forgot to use the battle scope.
7th slash! Fallen leaves!
You play like I do on PS4 and
Well
5?
done.
Oh?
Ha! Ha! Show me you can withstand this. Ha! Ha!
That was fun.
Ha! Your end comes!
Sorry, everyone.
Oh, we gotta try that again.
Now, come!
Let's go!
Oh, okay.
Ha!
The Golden Rakshasa. She has mastered both the major Imperial sword styles, and her relentless technique is unbeatable.
I'm up!
Okay.
Form up! Iron Will formation! Let's go! Yeah!
Yeah!
Let's go! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Raging Fire formation! I'm up!
Well done! Perish!
Take this!
Nice miss.
It's my turn! My blade, calm as still water.
Nice miss. Let's go.
Now! Seventh slash! Fallen leaves!
Well done!
Second try. $5K counter? Yeah, I have Sirius on Reen. The only reason I put Sirius on Reen is because I've read what Regulus done, and I didn't like that. So, and I knew what Sirius done because I had it subbed. I had it sub master course on Fee last stream, and she done insane damage with a counterattack. Second try? You can't be serious. What's up, Euros? Damn it. And we got the battle scope off too. I think that will do it for the day. I have no idea how I managed to keep up. You're not quite where I'd like you to be, but you're not bad. I suppose you passed for now. As it stands, your skills are lacking while you're not using your power. But I'm aware. I know you can't control it yet, but that just means you need more training on both fronts. Well, I can't argue with that. Can I ask you something? You graduated from Thor's too, didn't you? Did you join the provincial army right after? That I did. Like your classmates, I graduated from Thor's after 1 year. How did that happen? Well, it was around the time of the 100 Days War. My father, the commander of the provincial army, was wounded in battle. After the war, I was drafted into the provincial army to replace him, and given special permission to graduate early. Wait, does that mean you were a commander from the get-go? Indeed it does. Damn! Wallace is a Thor's alumnus as well. He was technically in a year above me, but we got along quite well. We actually graduated and enlisted together. Is that so? I can't imagine those two walking the halls of Thors together. Must have been an interesting time to be a student. Oh, that reminds me. My fellow Vanderstyle disciple, Mueller, also attended Thors. Though he enrolled after I graduated, what a shame we so narrowly missed each other. Wow, those are some big names. Well, the Academy does have a rich history, and we're both part of it. We need to continue to better ourselves to honor this Academy's legacy. Should the opportunity arise, I encourage you to spar with me again. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. She is strunk. My strat for this fight was always to equip Proxy Puppet just in case I died to her as scrap. That's not a bad idea. 5,000! Look at that. Reen's strength and defense increased by 5. AP increased by 2. Nice. Nice.